Of course, I'm muted. That's how we start day 4. So hope you enjoyed listening to me talk and not hearing anything. But good morning, everyone. Welcome to one of my favorite days of HAR Wired, the final day and demo day. Very, very exciting. My name is Shayna. For those of you who haven't been joining us all week, I am the managing director here at Host Agency Reviews, and I am so excited that you are joining us to wrap up what has been an incredible week of ideas, insights, and inspiration. So all week long, we've talked about how technology and tools can transform your business from mastering your systems to staying human in a digital world. And today we get to see it all in action. That's right. Demo day is where the magic happens. We've got 14 lined up for you. Yes, that is 14 demos today. It's all happening back to back throughout the day. Each one will give you a peek inside the tools, platforms, and systems shaping the future of the travel industry. So here's how it all works. Each company will have 10 to 15 minutes to showcase their platform. It is all pre-recorded, these demos. And then we have enough time, that gives you enough time to really get a sense of how they work, what problems it solves, and how these platforms can help you work smarter. After each demo, we'll have 5 minutes for Q&A live with the company who just demoed. So be sure to drop your questions in the chat as they come up, and the incredible team of Jen and Abby will grab them. This is your chance to ask the nitty-gritty questions and see if their tool is a good fit for you and your business. We will also be linking their HAR directories in the comments. So if we're not able to get to your question because 5 minutes goes by quickly, you can ask them directly to that technology provider through their profile on hostagencyreviews.com. So one of the things I love most about Demo Day is seeing just how creative our industry is. Every single company presenting today, from startups to established platforms, is here because they genuinely believe in helping travel advisors grow, simplify, and thrive through technology. You'll see tools for marketing, operations, payments, CRM, itinerary building, automations, what certain hosts are doing, and everything in between. Some might be brand new to you, others you might already use, but I guarantee you'll walk away with new ideas, new solutions, and even maybe a few new favorite partners. We'll be moving quickly today, like a tech tasting menu, if you will. So grab your coffee, grab your pet. If you don't have a pet, go borrow your neighbor's and get comfortable and get ready to explore a lot of great innovation in one place. So whether you're here to discover your next favorite tool, see what's new in the market, or just geek out on all things travel tech, you are absolutely in the right place. Thank you again for joining us this morning and for being a part of HAR Wired. It's also, as a final note, really important for us to get your feedback. Later today, we'll post a QR code. It's only a few questions, but as this is our inaugural HAR Wired, it's super important for us to know what you loved, what you liked, and any suggestions that you have for the future. So when we do that later today, we'll also post the link in the comments. Please take a few moments to complete this so that we can make this the best event ever for future years. Thank you to everyone who's already submitted. We loved reading them yesterday during our debrief. So let's dive in and kick off Demo Day and get you inspired with the incredible innovation happening across our industry. Thank you again to our weekly sponsors, Cruise Planners, GRNConnect, Travefy, Incentive Connection Travel, and PTN Travel, and to our wonderful daily sponsor today, Voyager. Our first demo is coming right up, so please welcome PlanitEasy. Let's get this day started.
PlanitEasy is an all-in-one travel planning tool designed specifically for advisors like you. Whether you're a solo advisor or a large host agency, PlanitEasy will organize your client trips, manage your bookings, track your payments, and keep all of your client details in one place. Instead of juggling spreadsheets, emails, sticky notes, and everything in between, everything is streamlined into a single, easy-to-use platform. That means less time on admin and more time focusing on clients and growing your travel business. Advisors using PlanitEasy tell us it helps them work faster, look more professional, and deliver a smoother experience for their travelers. Let me show you how it can fit into your daily workflow. This is the dashboard. It's a bird's eye view of everything you have going on in PlanitEasy. It's a great way to see your tasks that are currently due that day, how many trips you might have, any due dates that you might have, such as deposit due dates or final payment due dates. These are for clients as well as for the company. So any deadlines, any happy birthday emails or passport reminders will automatically go to your clients to remind them to renew their passports or just simply to wish them a happy birthday. And finally, some sales goals and numbers at the bottom. Let's move to the profile section. This is really going to be where all of your clients live. Your individual profiles, your suppliers, your internals, and your supplier database will all exist in your profile section. Now, there's many ways you can get a traveler within your CRM or your profiles. You can either have them complete a form, which automatically syncs to the profile section. We do have a Sabre integration, which has two-way Sabre syncing. So if you're a GDS user, you can integrate your account with Sabre and easily bring in those profiles using the Sabre sync function. You can manually add them in. You can use our import profiles function, which will allow you to import an Excel or CSV file. Now, let's have a look at one of our profiles. Daryl Dawkins is one of our clients. We can keep all of his basic information in here, all of his contact details, his passport information, emergency contacts, travel companions. So his whole family can be associated with his profile, but they'll have their own profiles just in case any of them want to travel solo one day. We can store his loyalty program numbers, his credit card numbers. Now, we are PCI compliant, so I can either add a card for him or I can view my card for Daryl Dawkins using tokenization. Otherwise, I can add a brand new credit card to his profile and save it securely. I can add loyalty programs, preferences, and really I can import any document to his profile that I might need. Now, within his profile, Daryl has different tabs at the top of his profile. The profile tab is the one I just showed you. The trips tab is going to show all of Daryl's trips that he's associated with, whether it's an actual trip or just a proposal that I've put together for him. I'll always have access to this history so that I can see what I've done for him in the past and access any of his trips and itineraries easily. The accounting tab is going to associate him with anything monies related, whether he's got an invoice in his name, a travel refund, or a supplier credit. All of that will be found in the accounting tab. Then we've got the forms tab. The forms tab is going to show me any form that Daryl has ever completed, whether it's something like this, like a traveler's information form, or perhaps a credit card authorization form that he's completed for me. Any of those forms do sync directly with PlanetEasy, so I can always access his forms section in his profile and see exactly what he's done. I can see what he's completed at the time of submission and have access to that easily. Now, our form builders are really easy. All we have to do if we wanted to add a trip request form, for example, is click Add New, and simply by selecting the boxes, I can pick and choose which question I'd like to ask my travelers. Now, if I want to uncheck certain ones, I can do that. And then if I've forgotten something that maybe PlanetEasy doesn't have, I can always drag a new field over to the form, to the bottom of the form, and just ask whatever question that is. So, what is your shirt size? And I can always ask that in different formats, whether it's just a yes or no question, a drop down, or maybe I'd like to just add a paragraph at the bottom of the form. So our forms are really dynamic in that way, and we can create really any form we need our clients to complete. Now let's move to probably the most popular form, and that is going to be attached to our dynamic booking flow. This is our proposal with booking flow option. So Experience Dubai is a proposal that I've put together for a client, starting with day one, they're flying out, followed by their 4 seasons checking in. Next, we have a dining reservation at Sank Restaurant. Now, keep in mind that we do have Google integrations, which means any hotel, cruise, activity, restaurant, etc. All you really have to do is type in the name of the hotel, the name of the restaurant, and it'll bring in the images for your itinerary. Moving along, we have a luxury yacht excursion, followed by another dining reservation, a VIP tour to the Burj Khalifa, and a Cirque du Soleil tour. Now, if my client likes this, they can move to the right-hand side and view the options. The options page of the booking flow is a fantastic way for you to showcase all of the different options you are offering. For example, in this case, we're offering the full Dubai package at $19,900. I can add a deposit here as well. Or perhaps you just want to show different room options that you're offering. You want them to select from different hotel options. Or for example, if you're sending them on a cruise, maybe you want to send the proposal with multiple cabin options that they can select from. So here you can really do with this page whatever you like. You can even add a la carte style activities, or maybe, hey, do you want travel insurance added? So we can select an option, add it to our cart, click continue, and now it's going to bring me to the information page. Now remember that all of our forms do sync directly to the CRM or the profile section. So anytime we have a new traveler that completes these forms, they are going to be sent directly to the profile section. I'm going to click continue once I've provided my information. And now I have the ability to select which payment option I want. Now you can completely leave these pages off if you do not wish. If you just want a simple yes or no, I want to stay in the cabin versus the sea view, that kind of thing, you can do that. But if you'd like to collect a deposit or payments, you can add whichever payment option you're currently using. We are integrated with Stripe, so if you'd like to use that as a payment option, your clients can pay directly through Stripe, check, bank transfer, whatever other payment methods you're currently using, and of course, credit card authorization forms as well. Once they've selected their payment option, they're going to sign off on your terms and conditions and waivers and submit their choice. Now, once they submit this, they're going to receive an invoice, also branded with your logo, just like your itinerary and just like your form. We always want to keep anything customer-facing consistent, just to keep that professional look. So they'll receive an invoice that looks something like this, as well as a, hey, you have confirmed with your advisor. Now, all you have to do is make sure that it's confirmed with your supplier. Here's another example of an itinerary that I've put together for a client. This is for a Paris trip, flying in, day 2 arriving, getting picked up by their car transfer, checking into Four Seasons in Paris, followed by their day tours, whichever dining reservations they might have, day 4 activities, private tours, really however you like to create this. Now notice this does not have a view options because this is just a normal itinerary that the client can access at any point. All of our itineraries and proposals have 2 different designs. We've got the classic view, which has the image in the background, or the modern view, which has the white background. Let's talk about this experience Dubai trip. Now, I'll want to set some automated messages so that I don't have to remind myself to send my client those emails. So I can come to my automated messages tab and add, my welcome home and my 2 days before you go email. I can add that, and that will go out automatically based on the triggers. Let's say that I wanted to add a checklist for personal reminders. Perhaps they're going on a honeymoon, so I'll bring in my honeymoon checklist and pull this directly into my trip. This will set reminders for me, and they will be listed here on the dashboard tab, which is the same place that I showed you at the start of the demo. These are great ways to automate your messages, automate your tasks, and save yourself time. Building itineraries are very easy. Within the reservations tab, you can add specific reservations like your tours, your flights, your hotels, all within this planner tab. And remember, if you're integrated with Sabre, if you're using the GDS, you can simply just enter your PNR and pull in all of that trip information, which will automatically create those itineraries for you. Now, our advisors that do group travel love us. Let's say, for example, in the same trip, there are 88 travelers going. If I move to my Travelers tab, I'll show you just a few features we have, which allow you to manage groups no matter the size. For example, we do have a traveling with ID. If Lisa, Matthew, Helen are all traveling together, I'm going to give them a traveling with ID number 1. So anyone that has a traveling with ID number 1 is likely traveling from the same airport, etc. What I can do here is send a message to all of my group 1 travelers. I'm going to come here, select my traveling with ID number 1, and now PlanetEasy is smart enough to know all of the people included in that group number 1. Same thing with my group number 2. I know that these 3 people are traveling together, so maybe I just want to send them a quick message without bothering the rest of the group. So this is one way I can manage a large group. Another way is by marking my paid by traveler, so I can come in here and select exactly who's paying for what on this trip. And I can also export all sorts of reports to send to my vendors and suppliers. For example, a rooming list report that I can send to my hotel, a contact list report, especially for those bigger groups where we need to keep everybody organized. Our advisors that sell groups really love that they can keep all of their groups in one trip and manage all of those itineraries in one place. Here, I can even create multiple itineraries and sub-itineraries for this one trip. So if I have different people flying in, of course, from different places, that's not a problem. Let's head back to our dashboard and talk a little bit more about some of our other features. We do have the accounting tab. Now, accounting is very important. We want to be able to keep track of all of our sales, our commissions, our invoices, and this is a great way to do that. We have different tables that you can customize based on what you'd like to see. We have different reports that you can run and export. Your library section is a great place to store your frequently used reservations. For example, let's say that I have this hotel reservation. I've put a lot of work into it. I've added a walkthrough video, and I know that people will book this in the future. So I can save this to my library without a date. And now next time I use this reservation, I'll be able to find it in my library section. I can always update it and share it with my teammates so that they can add their modifications to it. Another way to work smarter and faster. We also have a thorough reports section for your sales reports, commission reports, etc. We have a whole commission section, which will allow agencies to track their commissions, claim their commissions, and reconcile checks. So we have a whole payroll section as well, where you can track which advisors are due which commissions. I also want to share that we have the PlanetEasy Advisor app, as well as the PlanetEasy Client app. The PlanetEasy Client app is free. It comes with all of our subscriptions, and clients will be able to download this on the go. They'll be able to access their trips and see where they're going, and they'll even be able to use this in a non-Wi-Fi zone as long as they've opened their trip once. This is just an added feature that provides that tailored luxury feel when sharing these proposals or itineraries to your client. That concludes our short demo for today. We'd love to answer any questions you may have. You can find us at www.planeteasy.com, and we invite you to sign up for a free 10-day trial. We'd be happy to help you start building trips, explore more features, and even set up another demo, or as many as you'd like, to show you just how much PlanetEasy can do for you and your travel business.
Hello, Sophia.
Hi, thank you, Shayna, and all of the HAR team. Thank you guys so much for having
Our
me.
pleasure. And thank you. There's been a lot of love in the comments. Your team is in the comments right now. So they've actually answered quite a few questions, which we so appreciate, which is so fantastic. But we have some comments saying, this is so cool. I love this. Wow, this is pretty neat. So there's a lot of love. Some people saying they haven't seen this before, so this is super interesting. So what a great way to start the day. I'm going to try and find, I think there's a couple questions your team hasn't answered yet, but we might re-answer them. So
That's okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we've got a few minutes. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. So I have a couple questions. Does the upload trip create reservations essentially, or is it just a trip? Sorry, Marissa's asking, does the upload create reservations, essentially the shell of a trip, or is it just an upload?
So we do have an email import function, so you can actually send your confirmations from the suppliers and it'll create those reservations and also those itineraries. So super cool tool. We also have the AI piece coming where you'll be able to actually load in an entire itinerary and PlanetEasy will, turn it into a PlanetEasy itinerary for you as well. So lots of really exciting things. We're about to launch 3 products next week, which is why we kind of had to scramble, Shayna. Thank you. But yeah, we're really excited to give everything kind of a facelift and an updated version for smoother, faster experience. We're going to launch PlanetEasy Lite, PlanetEasy CRM, and then of course update our current PlanetEasy Pro. So yes, very exciting stuff.
Okay, so you've only been like a little bit busy.
Yeah, just a little bit.
What you're
But
saying.
we're very excited. Yeah, I mean, people have heard about it so far, and we've been very busy. So lots of good things happening. I think the best way to really see it is to sign up for a one-on-one demo. That way, anyone can really see the nooks and crannies of PlanetEasy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Abby linked your directory on host agency reviews in the
Great.
comments. So definitely go there, reach out to PlanetEasy directly so that you can see everything that's new. And PlanetEasy will be updating their directory with all the new things anyways. So you can absolutely feel free to check that out. I think we've got time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions. So Michelle had a question, are the checkoff templates pre-filled or do we have to create the lists?
Check off templates. So we do have multiple itinerary templates that you can pull into a trip that we start you off with. And then if you have your own, different kinds of task type checklists, you can import those yourselves and we can help you with those as well. So it depends which checklist you're talking about. We have a couple of different ones, but yes, we do have some templates available.
Amazing. And we've got 1 minute left. So can you just give us a little taste of what's coming from the AI side of things that you were just talking about?
Yeah, so we've got, like I said, that PDF import tool. We've got a assistant coming where you'll be able to say like, find me flights or find me a hotel in Paris during this date, and also add in, a couple of different tours that they might want to do. So that kind of thing. Those are a few different features we're going to be adding. There's also a commission reconciliation piece. So, if you're a host agency looking for a way to manage sub-agencies and their teams, that back office is going to be a great way to incorporate AI so that, that accounting piece can become a lot quicker.
I love that you're looking at AI both from the advisor perspective, but also the host's perspective as
Yeah,
well.
you gotta have kind of all of the faces, right, of a CRM. It's not just client facing, it's the whole management. So
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much for that beautiful demo and for joining us for a few minutes. Again, if you have any other questions, go to their directory on hostagencyreviews.com. You'll see them right at the top of the travel tech. And we're going to bring in our second of 14. So please welcome Waybird.
If you're still building itineraries in Word docs or spending hours on proposals that don't convert, the next 15 minutes will transform how you sell travel. The average travel advisor spends 3 to 4 hours creating a single proposal, and 67% of those never even get opened by clients. Meanwhile, top performing agencies are closing deals in half the time with double the conversion rates. Today, we'll uncover their secret. I'm Gustav from Waybird, and today I'm going to show you the proposals in under 10 minutes. proposals that actually get clients to book. This isn't just another booking tool. This is the same technology that helped Timbuktu grow from a small Cape Town startup to winning world's best tour operator with a 40% increase in conversion rates. In the next 15 minutes, you'll discover how to build a luxury proposal in a few minutes, the psychology behind proposals that convert at 40% versus the industry average of 12%, and the one feature that literally pays for itself in the first booking. Most of us send proposals in Word docs, PDFs, or outdated itinerary software. It looks amateur, takes forever to update, and the worst part, you have no idea if clients even open it. So how can we change this? Let's imagine an advisor, Sarah, gets an inquiry for a Southern Africa honeymoon. Instead of opening 5 different tabs and documents, she clicks here. Instead of building from scratch, you can select from any of our recommended routes. There's hundreds of pre-built itineraries for you to use as a starting point. But for this demo, I'm going to quickly show you how you can build up a trip from scratch. So if we click Custom Trip, here you'll be starting with a completely blank canvas. We can start with the trip name, select a start date. Even if it's a provisional one, you can easily change this from here. And here you can search in either a accommodation or a destination. So let's imagine Sarah types in the silo as a starting point. She can simply select that from the list, add it to the trip. You'll notice the transfers automatically pull through from the nearest airport. It'll use whatever makes the most logical sense, but you can obviously customize this if you want to and change the transfer type. You've got all of these options over here. And let's say we're going to go off to the Kruger after that. We can search in the next accommodation, add it to the trip, and you'll see as I build, the estimated cost of the trip will update. Now, you can see it's a price range. This is by no means the final cost, but it gives a very good indication of roughly what the trip will cost. You'll see if I adjust the number of nights, it'll update as well. Very useful tool for the early planning stages if guests aren't quite sure of their budget and you just want to quickly get back to them with a few options. Because of how quickly you can build itineraries, you could also build a handful of options for them, send 3 or 4 different options, and they can compare different price points, that you know what they like, and then you can fine tune it from there. So we've seen how to add in accommodations. Let's say we wanted to add in a destination instead. Let's do Victoria Falls after that. You'll see now that I've only added in a destination, it's added it without an accommodation. I can simply click Add a Hotel, which will then show all the properties that we have within that specific region. And you'll also notice there's a date filter over here. So we have live availability integrations with platforms like ResRequest, Knightsbridge, and some others. So you can see exactly what's available for the dates you've selected. It'll also filter by availability, so you can see all the available properties will pop up first. You can also filter by cost type. There's loads of options to look around, or you can simply just search for the accommodation that you have in mind. So let's go ahead and add that one to the trip. And you'll see each piece of content that you add, whether it is an accommodation, a region, the country, will be backed up with loads of content. So if we look at this listing over here, you can see we've got loads of different images, in-depth write-ups, videos. So there's loads of content behind each listing. And this isn't just generic content. This is curated specifically for luxury travel sellers. So this allows you to very quickly and easily put together a high-quality itinerary as all the content's already there for you. Of course, you can add your own content from anywhere in the world or customize ours from there. But here's the game changer. Let's see what Sarah's client actually sees. If we click over into Overview, we can then get a preview of what the trip looks like. You've obviously got the main cover photo over here. All of the important information shows here. If you want to customize out this image, you can. There's loads of different images to choose from. And then if we just quickly run through the format of the trip. So if we come down, we're starting off with our trip summary. Guests can see where they're staying, dates, number of nights. They can also view the entire trip on a map. So they've got an interactive map over there. If we then come down, you've got the first accommodation. So you can see you've got the starting point there, transfer info, And then all of this information pre-populates, which you're welcome to use or replace. You can see over here, if you click edit in the top right, we toggle into edit mode where you have full freedom to customize the entire itinerary. So you can edit the title, descriptions, any of this info. Here's where you would add in, the room type, inclusions, exclusions. You can also add your own blank section and whatever custom info you want to add over there. And then if we go back to preview, then this is going back to what your guests would see. Guests can click view hotel or this image over here for more information about where they're going to be staying. So that's the accommodation. If we then scroll down, you'll see this template pre-populates. So we have what you can do or activities templates for every single region. So as you build a trip, those automatically pull through. So you're welcome to use these. They might be useful at the early planning stages. Again, if you want to just get a proposal out as quickly as possible and you aren't quite sure what your guests want, if they haven't let you know, you're welcome to use this just to engage them. You can see it's preloaded with loads of possible experiences. Alternatively, you can replace this with any of your own templates. So you can build your own templates for each location and then save those in. So if you'd built out your own classic day in Cape Town, you could save that as a template, and then in future trips, you could simply drop that in. Or if you want to build a custom trip, you can simply just replace this information with exactly what they would be doing. And you can also break it down into a day-by-day format. So you'll see over here, this is just showing a date range for the entire stay in Cape Town. What you could do is just replace each day with a date and then describe exactly what they would be doing on that day. So here's an example of what that would look like. So there we've got the 9th of March onto the 10th and 11th and so on and so forth. So it depends exactly how you want to set that up. And then, scrolling through the itinerary, we then got the transfer onto the next accommodation and what they'll be doing and so on and so forth. But here's my favorite part. So do you see this button over here? This allows guests to simply pay directly on the platform. So this has been amazing for conversion because, guests are looking through the itinerary. They like what they see. They can simply hit pay, takes them directly to the payment page where they can accept your T's and C's, pay directly on the platform via credit card or by bank transfer. And once the payment has been made, everything is automated. So they will automatically receive a confirmation invoice as a PDF, which outlines everything that they've agreed to. They can download that. They'll also then get access to the guest dashboard, which helps you and the guest manage the next steps. So you can see this dashboard tab becomes available once payment has been made. Guests can then get a step-by-step process. They can see their deposits being paid. This is what the invoice would look like. So you can see it outlines all the important information, the transfers, accommodations, essentially everything that they've agreed to, and then their amounts for each payment. And then from here, you can also easily collect all of your guests' information. So they can simply click add details and fill out this form, which is all the info you need from names, dietary requirements, medical conditions, passport numbers, all of that. As soon as it's been filled out, you'll get a notification and you can then click a button, which then sends all of that information directly to your inbox. So if you need to forward that on to any suppliers, you can easily do that. Confirming a trip and international flights is just the tick of a button once you're ready to do so. And then guests will have a due date for their balance payment, which you can customize. They can also pay a partial amount towards their balance. So if they wanted to type in a specific amount and pay that today, they can easily do that. And they'll also get auto reminders for when their balance is due. They can also upload documents over here. So you or the guest can upload documents. This is a great way to securely store everything all in one place. So no more email chains and things getting lost in emails. You can have everything here. You can upload any images or PDFs. So tickets, vouchers, passport copies, all of that can be stored over here. And then lastly, you also have access to all of this pre-departure information. So each country that you add to the trip will have its own set of pre-departure info with visa requirements, what to pack with climate, dress code. So there's tons of information all over there. And if any changes are made to the trip, if they've already paid their balance and there's any add-ons or anything, you can simply adjust that in the pricing section and it'll pay any extra amounts. And finally, remember how you never knew if clients opened your proposals. From this view over here, you can simply come down to analytics, and you can see exactly how many times a trip has been viewed. So each time that it gets opened, you can see that with the timestamp. You can also enable notifications so that you can get a little notification whenever that is done. Now, let's talk numbers that matter to your business. So if you're sending just 10 proposals per month and Waybird increases your conversion from 20% to 40%, that's 2 extra bookings a month. And at an average booking value of, let's say, $10,000, that's $20,000 in additional revenue. Waybird costs less than 1% of that. So this isn't just an expense, it's a profit multiplier. A few other things that agencies love is team collaboration. So multiple agents can work on the same trip without chaos. White labeling, this obviously will all be under your brand. So it's going to show your logo here, your coloring. So everything's all on brand for you. Now, who's the ideal user of Waybird? So we've got a few different options depending on how you operate. So for our independent advisors, in addition to all of the technology and all of the content, we also offer all of the back office support to help you grow your business. So that means we'll facilitate all payments for you. You can create an account and immediately be set up to accept payment. In that instance, Waybird would receive payment from the guest. They can pay on our platform. Funds would come to us. We would also then make your supplier payments for you. So we'll manage all of that admin as well as the FX risk, and we'll obviously then be left with the commission. Once you have your net rates, you can set your own tour prices, and we'll then work on a commission split. You also then get access to all of our preferred suppliers. So we have a large network of suppliers. You get access to working with them and access to the same rates that we can offer. And you also have liability insurance. So this is the full package geared for independent advisors to help you grow your business. Or if you're already an established business and you've got your liability insurance and payment gateways and everything set up, then you can simply use Waybird as an itinerary builder with all of the content. And you can also integrate to our payment gateways, either Stripe or Flywire, so that you can seamlessly accept payments on the platform directly into your bank account. And on this model, we operate on a revenue share. So it's just a transaction fee on each one. So this means there's no monthly cost to using the platform. It's purely success-based, and you only pay when you actually have a successful booking on the platform. So that's pretty much how it all works, from quickly and easily building your first trip proposal to then turning into a quote, accepting payments, and managing the rest of the booking process via the guest dashboard. If anyone has any other questions, I'll be here, or feel free to shoot me an email if you'd like a more in-depth demo of how Waybird can help your business specifically.
Hi.
Hey, thank you so much. It's great to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you. We've got like a good solid 7 minutes for some questions. But also a lot of love from in the comments. Like, this is great. I love being able to do everything in one place. I'm already loving the day. Like, people are already learning a lot. So this is wonderful. Also, a reminder to everyone in the comments, we linked directly to Waybird's directory on host agency reviews. So go check them out. You can submit questions directly to them as well if we're not able to get to your questions today. But you ready for some questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. Okay, first question is from Michelle. So if the client puts a deposit down, does it go directly to the supplier?
No, so it'll come to your account, or depending on which model you're on. So if you're on the hosted model whereby Waybird manages all of your payments for you, then the guest would be paying Waybird. We would receive that amount and we would then make the supplier payment on your behalf. Or if you're operating as a business and just using Waybird as the itinerary builder, then the payment will be processed by your payment gateway. So you would need an account with either Stripe or Flywire, and then you can seamlessly accept payments into your account, and then you would make that supplier payment afterwards.
Okay, perfect. Do you only focus on Africa, or is this worldwide?
So our main focuses are Africa, Asia, Latin America, and we've recently started adding a lot of content in Europe. But Africa, Asia, Latin America are our main focuses. That's where we have lots of in-depth content. So you'll see these pre-built routes, loads and loads of lodges and hotels, and when to go information, country information. But you can add your own content anywhere in the world. So if you wanted to build a trip to Australia, you can do that. And we do have a full-time content team who's constantly launching new locations and taking requests. And if you need help with having things added, we're always happy to help.
Yeah, no, that's great. I personally love that you focus on those areas of the world. I think, there are so many platforms that have a lot of Europe, a lot of North America. And to me, Asia kind of had its comeback year after COVID. Africa's really in its comeback time right now, which is really exciting. So I think that this is wonderful. Um, so you do mention in your directory that under premium, it offers more rates. So Waybird Premium offers more rates and details from DMCs. Can you explain why I would want to pull in information or work with a DMC rather than kind of like piecemealing it together?
Sure. So I'd say Waybird, as you said, with those locations, Waybird's and the hosted model is more geared towards, boutique operating to destinations like Africa doing safaris, or Asia, where you would typically work with a DMC. So it's less suited for your, sells the whole world cruises, Europe hotels, and those type of trips. So that's why our whole network is with DMC partners, and you would then work with them and then get access to those rates. So on the hosted model, you can obviously, there's different ways to operate, but I'd say it's, that's the perfect use case, more boutique to operating companies.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I'm going to Uganda later this year, and we're working directly with a DMC, a local DMC
Yeah.
in Uganda, who put the itinerary together for us. So, absolutely. Okay, from how are you using AI at all? The question of the day, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the buzzword.
Yeah.
We not at the moment. We are looking to build a bunch of exciting AI features. We're looking at. I think the first thing we'd probably build is like an AI content generator. So if you want to add in some sort of piece of content, you can just click, generate the write up with AI. And we do have image importing, which is really helpful. So if you want to add your own hotel, you can simply drop the URL in there and it pulls all the images. So the next step would then be to add a AI content writer into the platform. And then, there's some other ideas like an AI trip builder would also be cool, especially if it's guest facing. They can enter in their details, they can fill out a form, and then they get a few pre-built itineraries based on what they said. So those are the type of things that we're looking at integrating.
Fantastic. Honeycomb wanted to know, can they just do a credit card authorization versus a charge, like a payment?
Yeah, not at the moment. It's definitely something that's come up before, and it's on our list. Yeah, it will probably be built at some stage, but I can't give you an exact timeline on that. But
yeah, well, for everyone in the comments, do pay attention to their directories. Those are the best places. So with the host agency reviews directories, that those are updated on a regular basis. So all the suppliers, including Waybird, will go in and update as things happen, as new things are released. So if that's something that you want to keep in mind, something that's important, you love everything Waybird's doing, but you're like, I'd love to see when they launch credit card auth, then absolutely pay attention to their profiles for sure. All right, I think we got, thanks for the presentation, Gustav. That's from Teresa in our comments. So that's great. I think I've got time for one more question. Is there anything new coming that you can tease right now?
So we've just launched new functionality to bold and add clickable links to your itinerary and italics, and a bit more of an intuitive itinerary builder. So you'll see now there's plus buttons everywhere. It just makes everything a lot simpler and easy to use. So that literally went live like 2 days ago, which is why it wasn't in the demo, which was pre-recorded.
No.
But yeah, we're always innovating and looking for new features and things. So yeah, stay tuned.
Oh, good. Well, thank you so much for joining us live. Thank you for that beautiful demo. And yeah, please go check them out. If you have questions, you can submit any other questions. Please submit them directly to Waybird, or email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com, and we will forward them along. All right. Demo 3.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Demo 3 of 14. Let's move on to LUXPages.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dora Karanikas. I am one of the co-founders of LUXPages, and I'm really excited to show you what we've built. So thank you for joining today and learning more about us. I'm going to do my best to sum it all up in 15 minutes. There's a lot of really cool features and functionality. So bear with me, and I know there will be tons of questions, and hopefully we can cover anything that I might have missed during the Q&A. So let me start by sort of explaining what LUXPages is. We built LUXPages to be sort of the master database of luxury travel. So it's meant to be a research tool, a place for advisors to come and search and find product and not have to worry about remembering everything or managing that database by themselves, because we know that's like a nightmare. And it's really, really hard to keep it maintained and updated. There's just way too much product out there. So we have close to 5,000 suppliers on the platform now. It ranges everything from rep companies to DMCs to hotels, camps, lodges, ranches, private villas, villa rental companies, destination spas, tons of options, all the things that you would be using when putting together an itinerary for a client. So one of the best features is that all of the product on LUXPages is vetted. So we personally approve any supplier that's going on here. And we don't do that to limit. It's actually the quite opposite. We're not limiting the number of suppliers in a destination, for example. We want as many of the luxury options as possible that are true luxury, that meet the criteria that we've set forth, which is pretty standard across the industry. So we look at 4- and 5-star product. We look at product that pays commission and works with travel advisors, has a good reputation, has been used by your peers, and understands the luxury consumer. That's kind of our baseline. So anything you find on here is going to meet those criteria, and you should feel really comfortable reaching out to them and working with them, knowing that it should be a positive experience for you. We have spent the last 4 years or so building the platform, updating the platform, taking advisor feedback, adding new features, adding new product, but also most recently giving advisors the ability to add their own product to the platform. That could be things that we're just missing for whatever reason, because there's always new things, and sometimes you guys hear about things before we do, but it also could be things that maybe you use that maybe is not a good fit for the entire community, but maybe it's something that you use specifically and you just want to keep track of it and keep it on one place, so you don't have to shuffle through business cards, look through your Outlook, Google. Everything can live in one main database now. So you can take your collection of whatever you use, all the contacts and suppliers you have, merge it in with ours, and now you have one big master database. And that is really the whole goal of LUXPages. So we do look at all the product that gets added, and if we by the advisor community, and if we decide that it's a good fit and it's something that everybody should know about, we will publish it so everybody can see it. If it's not something that we think kind of checks those boxes for whatever reason, it will always live in your personal database. You will always see it. We will never get rid of it. It just won't be public to everybody else. So let's get into how to search, because there's a lot of really cool stuff and I don't want to run out of time. So what we did first was we looked at the most popular supplier types that advisors are searching for. And that's what you see across the top here with all these bubbles. Rep company, first and foremost, is definitely one of the most popular things people are looking for. We have over 40 on the platform. DMCs, super popular, hotels and resorts. And then we get a little bit more specific. So camps, lodges, ranches, private villas, villa rental companies, destination spas, service products like car rental companies or transportation companies, or cool things like Picks Around, those kind of things, or service products, cruise, apartments, and then transportation companies. So those are kind of the basics. You can quickly come in and say, okay, show me, I'm looking for a DMC today. So you just click on the DMC button, it turns purple, it's going to take a minute, and then it'll start to populate the database of DMCs that we have on the platform. So as you can see, that was pretty quick. We have 473 DMCs and tour operators on the platform currently. And from here now you can start to refine your search. Maybe you're looking in a specific country or destination. Maybe you're looking for something within a particular rep company, or something that's part of a consortia or offers a specific experience like cycling or horseback riding or family friendly or cooking classes. All of those things are options here. So for example, we can kind of narrow this down. We'll go in and we'll just say, show me DMCs for Italy, for example. You just type in Italy into the destination box. You click on the little plus sign here that adds it to the search. And we'll see now we have 71 DMCs and tour operators that service Italy at some capacity. Again, remember, all vetted luxury too. So we're already in a filtered, very specific product type. So we have a couple different types of supplier profiles. The first one you will see is what we call our members, and our members are paid to be on the platform. They're still vetted and approved, and they manage their own profile. That's the main difference, really. They have full access and they can come in and keep everything up to date, and they have a lot more information than they can share with you. The second option is what we call Lux Lite, and I'm just going to scroll down kind of quickly so we can get sort of to the bottom, because the members will always be listed first alphabetically in a search, and then the Lux Lite will be at the bottom. So what you're seeing now is all the members. They've got photos and it says member here right in the corner. So it's very easy to designate who's who. As we go to the bottom now, you'll see these are Lux Lite suppliers. And they don't have a photo. It's a basic listing. These have been added by the advisors now. So we have a little bit less information, but even when an advisor adds something, we still go in and sort of supplement. We, add some of these experiences. We do our own research. We add some more information, but there's always going to be at least one sales contact that you can get in touch with if you want to reach out to the supplier. So that's the main difference, member and Lux Lite. When you are searching, just remember that there's the two options there. You'll always see the members first, so scroll down if you want to see additional options. So I'm just going to go back up to the top quickly. Now from here, you can see that not only does this company service Sicily, but they have very specific regions they designate that they specialize in. So that's really cool. So sometimes you're looking for someone that literally just handles, Palermo. Fantastic. You can search by Palermo and it would pull up, but it's also going to pull up when you type in Sicily or Italy. One of the most popular features is that you can see the rep company immediately. So Absolute Sicilia, you see right away, it's part of Carol Baden Luxury Hotels and Experiences. So a lot of advisors literally come in here every day just to find very quickly who the rep is. I'm going to click into this really quick just so you can see some of the new information that we just added is specific to DMCs. Things like proposal turnaround time. Do they do price breakdowns? Do they offer land-only itineraries? What itinerary management platforms do they use? What languages do the guides speak? What are their price points? So we have a lot of that information in here for the DMCs and tour operators, which we find to be super, super helpful. So I'm going to go back now and just go back to the searching so I can show you. There's a ton more filters that you can search by. So you can be very specific. You can search by the name of a supplier. You can search by destination or just keywords. You can come in and say, show me all the family-friendly options in Paris, or show me anything that offers horseback riding, or show me private islands. There's over 135 different options in the experiences, services, and features section. So I know this is a lot, and again, I'm trying to go through and just kind of highlight some of the important features. I just want to show you quickly, just searching by a supplier name. So even if you don't remember the entire supplier name, it could be a long name. You can always just come in here and type in part of it. So like if we put in Four Seasons Paris, oh no, let's do Four Seasons Milan. It's going to come up right away. So even though we didn't type in Milano, the system still knows, oh, you're referring to the Four Seasons Hotel Milano. Here's the profile. Here is the information. So it's very easy to very quickly find the supplier that you're looking for. If you have something that you want to add that we don't have, you just click on this Add Your Own button, and it comes up, and you just put in the name of the supplier and one contact and hit save, and that's all you need to get into the system. If there's a contact that you have that we don't have, you can also add that to an existing profile. So for Four Seasons Hotel Milano, say you've got a specific person that you work with that isn't on our list, you can click on the Add Your Own here and just add in that contact. All of these fields are mandatory, hit create, and then it saves. Okay, so we've done kind of a quick search. I want to just show you really quickly all the different filter options. So I'm going to kind of guide you over to the right-hand side over here and to the filter nav bar. Where it says supplier type here, these are those purple bubbles that were across the top. These are all of the options, the supplier types that we saw across the top. Collections, this is where you can come in and search by representation company to see their whole collection. You can search by brand if you want to narrow down by a specific brand. There's a lot of them in here, almost everybody. And then hotel group is really your preferred, leading, that sort of thing, Relais and Chateau design hotels. So those are your collections. Experiences, services, and features, we've touched on a little bit. This is that never-ending list of really just options, very specific things that you might be looking for that your client is interested in. The global ratings, so we've added this recently. So we've looked at the Forbes 5 and 4-star list, the Michelin list, and the AAA 5 and 4 diamond, and we've tagged all of the hotels that have those ratings in the system. So you can search by that as well. Consortia is here, so you can always filter by consortia as well. If you've got a list of, say, 20 hotels that meet the criteria you're looking for, now you want to narrow it down even further and focus on your preferred partner network, you can always come in here and do that as well, and then you've got the list really quickly. My list is really cool, so you can search by just the suppliers that you've added to the platform. You can search by anything that you've saved as a favorite and your notes. And so I didn't show you, but you can also add a note for any supplier by clicking on this, typing anything you want. The notes are private just to you. Nobody else will see them. So you can put anything you want in here, where you met them, anything kind of specific to the supplier that you want to remember. You can keep it in there. So that's a quick overview of how to search what you're searching for. There are two tabs, kind of important to keep in mind. Hotels, resorts, villas, anything that's a physical product that has like an address lives on this tab. Anything that's a service provider lives on this tab. And it's pretty easy to recognize DMCs, tour operator services. You'll know. So just remember, sometimes you type in the name of a hotel, but you happen to be on the DMC tab. Perfect example, it's going to show 0 suppliers, and then you click over it. Oh, there it is. It's under the hotel tabs because it's a hotel. A couple other features I want to show you that's not related to search. There is a really cool events calendar on the platform, and this shows you all the global trade shows, the local road shows, webinars. Suppliers can add webinars to the platform. It goes month by month, so you can see everything that's happening. And we've also started to now start adding in global events that sort of affect travel, so to speak. So you've got fashion weeks, you've got Formula One, you have Kentucky Derby, those kind of big things that people might travel for, or things that take up, inventory in a destination. For example, you might be saying, why is Paris sold out? You can come in and say, oh yeah, it's because Fashion Week. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult. And you can just scroll through month by month and see everything that's happening. And, I love to always kind of point out there's over 60 global luxury travel shows just this year alone. And I know there's more and more coming. So I'm sure there's a lot of shows that you might not even have heard of. So you can always come in here and click on it and get more information. The other feature is the news page. So supplier members can post news articles and just keep you updated on their products. So a lot of times rep companies will let you know when they've added a new supplier to their collection. DMCs will tell you cool things happening in the destination, packages and promotions, just really kind of interesting things. So you can come in here and search the news. And the news also lives on the homepage in its own tab as like kind of a quick, you can see sort of the most recent articles posted here and click in and read them from there. So let's see, I think I've covered a lot of the basics, how to search, what you can find, and I'm really curious to see what kind of questions everybody has. So I will open it up now, and I can't wait. One thing that people ask all the time is pricing. So the pricing is set by individual advisor. I believe we're giving a discounted rate for this demo for anyone that's listening to this and watching this and participating in HAR Wired. So we'll get back to you guys on that. But otherwise, you can. Everybody gets access to a 30-day free trial. You can come in here and play and have full access and see if it's something that's helpful to you, and then you can decide if you want to join as a member or not. So we'll make sure to have the links for you to go on and start your free trial. You can always reach out to me with any questions, or if you want to do a more in-depth demo, or even if you want to kind of discuss how you can bring this into your agency, because we do offer agency contracts as well. And with that, it's time for questions.
Hi, Dora.
Hello. Good to see
How
you,
are
Shayna.
you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Well, we've got just under 5 minutes, so that's perfect. Thank you so much. A lot of love, a lot of interest in
Awesome.
LUXPages. So I'm really excited, but I'm going to jump right into the questions.
Please
Um,
do.
yes. So first question is from Book Bites by Samuel. Where is the source of the supplier directory? Since suppliers are changing directories very frequently, does it update automatically? How do you work with the suppliers?
That's a very good question. So the data comes from two different sources. We have supplier members who actually join and manage their portfolio and their profiles themselves. So they're in charge of going in and updating, adding new contacts, all of the new information. So the ones that are members can do that themselves. The second type of supplier listing is called Lux Lite, and that gets crowdsourced by the community of users on LUXPages. So the way that process works is, a travel advisor has an account, they get a business card, they meet someone at a show, they can add that contact or that supplier into the system. It will always stay visible to that advisor until we as admins can go in and we can make it public for the whole network to share. We don't do that until we vet it and say, yes, this is the right fit. Once that happens, and the LUXPages team takes ownership of keeping that up to date for you. And we have a whole process, which will take way more than 5 minutes to go into, but we manage those and keep them updated ourselves.
Okay. Well, that actually kind of led me, you kind of answered my next question, which was, when an advisor adds a supplier so that, that LUXPages Lite, is that something that's available to all advisors? So effectively, yes, after the LUXPages team has vetted and gone through your process.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Well, we have a few comments about the events calendar. Teresa loves the events calendar. Rochelle says, yes, that events calendar is awesome. So could you talk a little bit more about the events calendar, since there seems to be a lot of love in the comments for
absolutely. It was one of those things that as we were building, we're like, wow, you know what? There's always so much going on. And like, how great would it be to have a resource like that where you can come in and say, okay, what are all the trade shows? Where is Preferred going to be? When is the next, different events? Where are all the global trade shows? So it's a lot of work kind of combing through all that and putting it on there.
Mm-hmm.
But the other big piece of that was, from a supplier standpoint, we really wanted to give them a space where privately they can sort of plan a little bit better and see what else is going on. So if a rep company wants to do a road show in New York, they can go and say, oh my God, there's all these companies are already doing events in New York. I don't want to compete with that. I'm going to move mine to another week. So we can kind of spread it around a little bit, and you're not like struggling to get it to all the events that are happening. So it was kind of two-part, giving the data, the information, and the events happening to the advisor community, but also helping the suppliers sort of not compete as much.
I think that that's wonderful. I love, to be honest, coming from the supplier side initially myself, I kind of love that you look at it from both perspectives. I think that's super important. I really love about the events calendar. You mentioned that, you have these kind of worldwide events, if you will, like New York Fashion Week and Formula One. Really smart idea. Because then you can kind of go to it and say to your clients, oh, hey, if you went the week before, is this something you're interested in? Also note, of course, prices will be higher, but did you want to miss Formula One by a week, or were you doing that on purpose because you wanted to miss Formula One by a week,
Exactly. And it's a great way to see, like, wow, why is everything sold out in this destination? You can go to the calendar and say, oh my God, it's Fashion Week, of course. Yeah. No wonder.
Amazing. So I do have one more question. It's actually from our team.
Okay.
So there's a new business card feature that's coming up that sounds really cool. Could you give us a little bit more insight into that?
we teased this a little bit on the Travel Weekly podcast that we did, and it's almost ready. It should be ready to go next week. We're just doing the final touches. So, you go to trade shows, you collect hundreds of business cards, and they sit on your desk or they sit in a box, and you're like, you never get to them. So we've actually built out a companion business card scanner that works with LUXPages. So you can literally scan the cards right into your LUXPages database and profile in minutes. You just scan the card, it reads it, and it puts it right into your profile, and then you don't have to worry about it. So it's simple, but I think it's a tool that's really going to help and just kind of give the value, of like, right now I really don't have to worry about all these cards, and I can really manage the database simply because, I know a lot of the reasons advisors don't get to adding things is because it takes so much time. And they're like, okay, give it to my assistant or whatever. It's just not a priority. So hopefully this will help make it that much easier and faster.
Well, that is super exciting. Look out for their profile. Abby just linked it again in the comments on hostagencyreviews.com for when that launches. I know that they'll update it with that information. Dora, thank you so much. Thank you to the
My pleasure.
LUXPages team. And I'm excited to bring up our fourth and our next Fora 14. We're bringing back Fora Travel.
Hi, my name is Jake Peters, and I'm one of the co-founders of Fora, and I lead all of our product and technology here. The platform and our philosophy of the platform is really to build everything in here that you would need to manage your business. So we started Fora 4 years ago. The portal launched 3 years ago. The booking platform that I'm going to show you launched 2 years ago. So while we have a lot of functionality, we're still very early in our journey, and we have a lot more planned in the coming months and years ahead. The thing that makes this unique is the combination of real transacting capability. So right now it's only hotels, but in the future are going to be beyond hotels, cruise, flights, cars, activities, insurance, and more, paired with all of the other things that you need to have to manage your client workflow, whether it's itineraries, workflow, automations, paired with a really robust CRM with integrated marketing capabilities that's going to be able to help you drive more business from your clients and manage your client relationships. Today, I'm going to give you a demo of the Fora Advisor portal, walk you through some of the features that we have for our advisors, what it's like to make a booking, and what it's like to make an itinerary for your client using our new embedded itinerary builder. We'll touch on some of the other functionality that's available and just a little bit about the vision of what's coming soon. Thank you for being here. Okay, without further ado, let's go make a booking. So let's say I want to find a hotel here in New York near my office for next month, maybe for a meeting, and the person who's coming wants to spend the weekend here. So I do a search. That quickly checked a handful of different sources to get all sorts of direct rates with hotels, our proprietary rates that we have at Tablet, and wholesale rates all together in this result set. And we've sorted the results based on the hotels that we have for reserve relationships and who are our preferred partners. You can easily see how much each hotel has been booked by Fora advisors. We have integrated reviews from clients that we also show here. So this is one of our more popular hotels in New York. But you can see we have a lot of different hotels. The other neat thing about our booking platform is, let's say I want to find the one that's closest to our office. I can pull up the map. I can scroll down to where our office is here in Lower Manhattan. We are right here. And I can see from the different color coding where we have preferred partners, for reserve partners, and regular hotels. So this hotel looks interesting. It's a preferred partner. Oh, it's the Beekman, which is right across the street from our office, which is right here. You can see the Four Seasons here, and you can see a handful of other hotels nearby. Let's go with the Beekman. Let's click in. And now I have a whole bunch of different rates that I can book. Beekman is a high privé property, so I have these rates with perks. We have Virtuoso rates. It's also a Virtuoso hotel. I have discount Hyatt rates for World of Hyatt members, wholesale rates, and regular rates, which are also just coming directly from the hotel. Eventually, these will all be room mapped together. That's coming a little bit later this quarter, so you won't have these tabs anymore. You'll be able to see a room first view of all the rates. For the moment, we don't have that. So let's say I want to book a rate with Hyatt Privé for my client. They just need the most, let's say they want the king room. So we're going to go here. I'm able to see all the details of the room. Let's say this is a little bit difficult to read. We have a built-in tool that leverages AI to format this a little bit better to make it more readable. I can see the nightly breakdown. I can see what's due now, what's due later, the cancellation policy, and how much commission I'm going to earn. This is great. I'm ready to go. So I press continue. Now I'm at the checkout page. I'm going to pick my client. We have cards in our vault, which is a part of our CRM. It's a secure payment card storage tool that lets you actually send a link to your client and lets them type in the card and add it, or you can add it manually. I'm going to pick one of these cards to use. Let's use the client's card. This client has a World of Hyatt number, so that's also already included in the booking. And what's also interesting is for hotel partners where they support advisor IDs, We also have Carmen San Diego's World of Hyatt Advisor ID here. That's going to be sent with the booking so that she can see this booking in her Hyatt Privé portal, or for some programs where they give credit to the advisor, track this booking against the advisor's production. And this booking is also going to go against a trip. So we have a trip that's going to be made for this person. I'm going to change the name. And now we're ready to check out, confirm that everything's looking good. I complete the booking. And in a few seconds, the booking has been made. It's that easy. Let's actually go here. Now we're in the Manage tab. We have a couple different things here. So you can see trips, which are collections of different bookings. I can see my clients, payments I'm getting as an advisor for my commission. For some of our advisors, we have a leads program. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff down here, which might be blocked by my picture. Let me just move this over. You see the Fora profile. We have marketing assets, Fora brand assets, and different kinds of templates that enable you to work as an advisor. All right, so let's go here to the bookings page, and we're going to look at a booking that we've already made. I'm going to use one at another hotel that's near our office, this one, for the same client. I made this booking in June. It is refundable. And what that means is our automatic price drop tool is checking the price of this room. So since June, we can see here that this was the original booked price. The price is now 31% cheaper, which is a significant price savings. I'm able to now know this, and I would get an alert about it as an advisor, and I can decide to make a new booking at this lower price and cancel the original one, saving my clients a significant amount of money and looking like a hero. So we do this tracking on all refundable bookings up until the date of non-refundability, enabling you to potentially save your clients a significant amount of money. We also have an integrated link to one of our preferred partners, Fay, for insurance, and I can see all of the details of the booking below. This booking is a part of a trip. So if I go here to this trip, you'll see over here, I'm now back in the trip view for this booking. This is a very simple trip with just one hotel booking. You can have trips that have, an unlimited amount of bookings. So you can have flights and car transfers, insurance, other kinds of things. But what I want to do is show you the power of our integrated itinerary and proposal builder. So right now you can see there's no existing itinerary and proposal on this trip. If I click into here, I can make a new one, and I can start with the bookings that I have in my trip already. I'm going to create an itinerary, and almost instantly, I now have the draft version of a proposal or itinerary that I can share with my client. So you'll see here, it made this from scratch. It has the dates of travel, destination, name of trip, and it has a really nicely formatted view of the booking that I made for my client. I can now publish this. I have a link. I'm going to copy the link, load this link, and this is now the client view of the itinerary. So we've designed these itineraries to look really great on desktop and mobile for your clients. You can see the advisor's name is up here, complete with the advisor branding. So in our portal, if you're an advisor that works under an agency name and you have your own logo, you can load that up in portal, and all of your client-facing documents will have that brand on it. Your client can scroll down and see the details of their booking. This can also be downloaded as a PDF over here for your client to use offline. It does work in the browser on your phone in a mobile responsive way really nicely, but there'll also be an app available if your clients would prefer to have an app. So that's our neat itinerary and proposal tool. There's a lot more that this can do. You can build really rich proposals and itineraries. You can add pages. You can add all sorts of different connected modules. You'll be able to add flights with live flight tracking, and a whole bunch of other stuff that we're continuing to build out. The other thing that I should note is our rich library of learning content here. So if you go to all of our training, we have, I think, over 732 lessons available that range from the essentials of being a travel advisor to our more advanced curriculums on how to do group booking, work with DMCs, handle planning fees, business management, book flights, book private jets, to a whole curriculum on how to book cruises, to a whole curriculum on how to manage different areas of being a travel advisor and being an independent entrepreneur, marketing training, And then over 400 lessons and webinars recorded from our partners. So we have everything from TMCs, cruise, hotels, and other kinds of partners. And then every week at Fora, we host a destination training, and we have those recorded and available in our library as well. If we go back to the homepage, you'll see here we have a wide range of live events every week. So this is today's schedule. If I click view all, I'm able to see the full event calendar. And so this is a lot. We have all sorts of different training available, live training for our advisors, which include things like all topics live support, join someone who has experience in booking and just get questions, learn from other people's questions, to very specific things like cruise live support, booking live support. We have Spanish-led training, social media training, how to handle certain situations. We have how to use AI to more effectively run your business. And then every Friday, we have our destination debrief. The one that happened an hour ago was on Rwanda. All of these that are not, like live support, like this destination debrief, get recorded and added to the library for you to access later. So that is a very quick overview of the Fora Advisor Portal. If you have any questions, our membership team is here to answer them for you. And we're happy to talk about what we currently have built and what we're planning on doing for our advisors using the technology that we have at Fora. Thank you.
Tell me I'm not mistaken. I have another Shayna here with me.
Yes, it's a magical day.
It really is. I think I've met like one other Shayna in my lifetime. So this is fantastic. Welcome. We're so excited to have you.
Yes, thank you for having us, and excited to speak to you and answer everyone's questions.
Yeah, well, we've got a few questions. I always like to start with some fun comments of, this is from Angela. This is an amazing feature to provide clients top satisfaction on rates. This has been really great. We loved hearing from Jake again because we heard from him a couple days ago. So you ready for the questions? I think we've got a good 8 minutes for some questions.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, amazing. Okay, so from Bridget, can you brand client-facing items with your own logo, so effectively white label?
Yeah, absolutely. So we enable individual branding as well as company level branding. And so all the assets that we create are able to be self-branded.
Beautiful. Not that I'm slightly surprised by that answer at all. But great question. Okay, so we got a couple questions, and I think Jake showed this a little bit, but if you could reiterate, because we got a few questions around it, is where are you getting the rates from? Got that a few times. So where are we getting all the rates from? And I know that he showed, Virtuoso, which Fora is a member of that consortium, and then a few other things, but if you could give us a few more insights into that.
Yeah, so we have direct relationships with multiple GDS suppliers, as well as preferred partnerships. So someone such as Accor or other Marriott, etc., who we have direct relationships with that we pull their rates in. We also have relationships with some of the OTAs like Expedia, and so we've aggregated all of those rates as well as integrations. And then what we do for our advisors is we're able to visualize them in a way to help them make a decision on what's the best rate related to also the best benefits, right? Often it's difficult to look at a price and understand why something is priced that way, whether it's refundable, not refundable, does it have breakfast benefits, etc. And so we continue to do a lot of work there. And I think Jake also mentioned that we're working on something what we call room mapping, which will be live at the end of this quarter, which will allow our advisors to understand rates even more specifically on a room level as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I know something that, we see the rate and that's kind of the first thing that we look at. But when you look at the rate, especially, with Virtuoso, you typically have something kind of special included that's just for Virtuoso. So to understand why that rate might be lower or higher, but understanding the inclusions that come with it. So I am very excited. I always love new launches and updates to product for sure. I have another question of, is there a way in this system to collect clients' credit card information?
Yes, great question. Yes, we use a verified technology where we enable advisors to send a link to their clients to facilitate the collection of the credit card information, and then that's, securely stored through that provider.
Fantastic. You did bring up that, you've got the room mapping that's launching by the end of the year, so the end of the quarter. Anything else that you could tease that's that's being worked on right now or launching this quarter within your software?
We are doing, so we just launched, which I think you talked about on Wednesday, bookable quotes, which is a super amazing feature that's already getting really high adoption amongst our community. And so we're doing a lot of investment in what we'll call technology that enables our advisors to have a more seamless experience with their customers. And so, of course, making sure that they still own the relationship with their customers, but how can we provide seamless technology? And so bookable quotes is one of those where why can't a client book their own quote that you send to them? It's often difficult to coordinate that booking at the same time or wait for someone to give you their credit card. And so we've kind of streamlined that process. And then we're also starting to work on a lot of really interesting going into next year CRM type of products, and we're advancing our itinerary product as well.
Yeah, and this is all really exciting. I love when things get streamlined. It makes me so happy. I'm very simple. Just streamline it and I'm good to go. But also just so that everyone knows in our audience right now, this is proprietary to Fora. So you do need to be a member of Fora. Fora is a host agency, part of Virtuoso, but you do need to be a member in order to access all of this. We have linked their directory in the comments, so you can absolutely go check them out, and you can submit questions directly to them on their directory on hostagencyreviews.com as well. All right, I've got another question for you. I'm really intrigued. So this is my question, actually. By your lowest kind of your price drop feature. That was super intriguing to me, where I can rebook if the price drops. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because that is something I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's an amazing feature in the sense that for for refundable bookings, what we do is we have a price analyzer tool that's proprietary to our technology that for any booking that is refundable, it's running on the back end and it's providing notifications to advisors on those bookings of price differences. And so it might say you booked this hotel at this rate, and a week later, it might tell you that it's dropped 20%, and you're able to rebook that at the new rate. And so what's cool about it is it's up to the advisor if they want to rebook that or not. So sometimes advisors want to, keep the rate. Sometimes they want to save their clients money. And so it's really up to them and their control of how they manage that feature. But we've saved our advisors' clients millions of dollars over the last year as we've launched it. And it's something that we'll continue to improve and work on.
I think that is super interesting. One final question. So you've mentioned that you're connected to different GDSs and all of that. Is there any other technology software that you connect with, or is it easy to connect if people are using other tools, like maybe some itinerary management tools or something like that? Is it easy to connect the two?
So one of the things we'll be working on going into the next year is integrations with other CRMs or just products that they're already using, from itinerary to how they're managing contacts and how they're booking things like activities. And so that's something we'll be working on. But right now we don't have like an auto importer in a specific tool, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. But love to hear that that's being worked on. Shayna, my fellow Shayna, thank you so much for joining us. And before we do jump to our next demo, I want to thank again our weekly sponsors, Cruise Planners, GRNConnect, Travefy, Incentive Connection Travel, PTN Travel, and our wonderful daily sponsor, Voyager. I am very excited to bring you our fifth and our next demo, 1000 Access.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's demo on 1000 Access, offered through 1000 Mile Travel Group. My name is Melissa Roberts. I am the Technical Operations and Support Desk Manager for 1000 Mile Travel Group North America. I'm excited to showcase 1000 Access for you today. 1000 Mile Travel Group is a host agency founded in 2015 with the focus to give both corporate and leisure travel advisors the freedom to run their own successful businesses with technology, partnerships, and support they need to achieve their goals. One of our technology offers, 1000 Access, will help you book air without GDS experience, including commissionable flights. I'm going to move over to 1000 Access so we can take a peek into all of the amazing features the system offers. So here is the 1000 Access home screen. We do kind of see a couple of different things on here. We do have the ability to showcase reservations and also have the ability to do flights and proposals. With any of the bookings that we do in the system, we do always recommend to actually start with profiles. 1000 Access does utilize Sabre profiles, so if you do have profiles built in Sabre, they will move over into 1000 Access to be able to start any bookings. To search for profiles, I'm going to go over to the profiles section here. And I have the ability to search for any type of traveler profiles. I have the option to search based off first name, last name, email address, and phone number. I'm going to go ahead and search based off last name of Roberts, and then click on search. I'm going to pull over my profile. So here's my information on here under our test profile. And I'm going to go ahead and click on copy to reservation. This is where I'm going to be able to start my actual booking. Once I have my traveler moved over, and you can move over up to 9 travelers total in the system, but I'm just going to move over 1. I can click on flights to actually start the booking process. In 1000 Access, we do have the ability to do round trip, one way, and multi-city. The system will automatically default with a number of passengers based on the profiles that you moved over. So if I have moved over up to 9, it will automatically search for up to those 9 passengers, but I'm just going to focus in on the 1. I also have the ability to search on any type of cabin. So if I do want to kind of focus in on either a premium class like a first or business, I do have the ability to search on that. I also have the ability to search on any number of stops. So if I do want to focus in on a non-stop flight or up to 1 stop or up to 2 stops, I have that ability as well. I'm going to go ahead and do a round trip with any cabin and any number of stops. I'm going to enter my origin of LAX. And then under destination, I'm actually going to enter in NYC. So 1000 Access does have the ability to search specific metropolitan areas. So for example, New York does have 3 different airports in that area. So if you have a client that does not have a particular preference on the airport that they're flying into or flying out of per se, because there is a couple of different ones that are available near them, you can search by specific metropolitan areas, which is showcased here. I'm going to enter my travel dates in January. They're going to be traveling January 14th until the January 21st. And I do actually have the ability to add in some extra qualifiers. So if you do want to be very specific with your search and you're looking for something that may not necessarily be the best price or the best routing, 1000 Access have the ability to add in other qualifiers so you're able to kind of tailor your search to what your client is looking for. So if I go into departure time, I have the actually ability to do my outbound flight, either departure time or arrival time. So I can search based off 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. if I would like. If I know my client is looking to kind of fly out of that specific time range. And I can do the same thing for the return. You can also do a specific arrival time. So if your client is looking to arrive by a particular time, you can search on that particular time frame as well. A couple of other optional qualifiers you can add in is that you can include your carrier. So if you wanted to say you wanted to focus on Delta or American or United, you can add that in. You can also add in an alliance. So if you know your client's looking to book with a particular alliance, you can add that as well. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom and click on Shop Flights. During this time, 1000 Access is going through all the different inventory, kind of focusing in on the qualifiers that you've added in and making sure they're giving you the best available options. So as you can see here, it's going to focus in on one, best pricing, and also best routing. That's the algorithm behind 1000 Access. It is focusing in on those two things. Since we put New York as the actual general metropolitan area instead of a particular airport, you are going to see there's a couple of different airports that pop up. So in my search here, I can see my airlines showcased on the side here, the flight number. I can also see the time and date of the actual flight. And then I can see the time of the flight and then the airport that it's leaving from and the airport that's arriving to. Anywhere there is additional information or a shortened version, you are able to hover over that area to be able to get the full details. I can see all these nonstop flights as well. If I wanted to see these details a little bit bigger, I can click on the details option here to get the full detailed information. So I can see this is operated by JetBlue, the equipment, the actual date this operates, and the air miles. And I can see the time of the flight and exactly which terminals they fly into. Some of the airlines do have the ability to showcase seats. So if I do want to also see a kind of a preview of the seat map, I can click on seats and be able to see a preview of the seat map. You're not able to add in seats just yet until you actually go through the booking process, but you can see a preview as to what's to come for your client. I'm going to scroll down and also showcase a couple of other options. 1000 Access will showcase other not just nonstop flights. You do have the 1 or 2 stop flights. Below here, I can see my 1 stops as well. Since they're not the best routing, they are going to show up lower on the list. And I can see, like, for example, this one through Alaska Airlines, it does stop through Seattle. I can actually showcase how long the layover is going to be in Seattle. And I do have the option to show in details the full breakdown, exactly the flight that is being offered, the amount of time for the layover, and the terminals if they are available. I'm going to scroll up here and actually select this Delta flight here. Once I select Delta, you're going to notice that once I'm doing my return, it is going to focus in on Delta as well. Since I already selected that for my outbound flight, it will do that for the return. If you selected another airline, it is going to focus in on whatever is available through ticketing agreements. I'm going to showcase this particular flight here. So now I've selected my outbound and return. You're going to notice that as it pulls up the information, since I didn't select a particular cabin type, it is going to start off me at Delta Main Basic. So we do have Basic turned on in our system. That is something that you can turn off if needed. But in the system, when you have everything, you're able to see all the different flight options. So once I've selected my flight, I'm able to see, okay, I have my different flight options down here with the ability to see actually commission. So anytime there is a bubble that's filled in under commission, you can see if this is a commissionable flight. So these are automatically added into the system. You do not have to search for anything in particular. They will automatically pop up. So if a particular class does have the ability to have commission, they will showcase here. So even though we search based off of Delta Basic, it will showcase all the commissionable options as well. So if you do want to upsell your client, you have that option. I'm going to go ahead and select this Delta Main Extra. But before I do, I kind of want to showcase that if you do have kind of going back and forth with your client on a different other options, there is a way to kind of give them advice as far as what the better option is for them. So, for example, if they're looking for checked bags or the ability to change, or if there's refunds or anything like that available, you can see that in a little bit down here below the actual flight options. But if you click on compare fares, you're able to see that expanded. So on here is a breakdown of every single flight option, including how much the baggage is going to be, if it's included or not, the ability to carry on baggage, if it's a refundable ticket or not, based off of a circle X saying it's not refundable or a check mark that it is, if it's changeable, any upgrade eligibility, leg room, everything like that is all through here, and it's for all the different flight options. So if I scroll this little arrow onto the side, I can see my other higher premium classes like Delta Premium Classic and Delta Select Extra. So I'm going to go ahead and actually select, like I said, this Delta Main Extra and select fare. Before I select fare, you also do have the ability to propose trips on here. So if you're going back and forth with a client, they're not 100% sure on the routing that they're looking for or anything like that, you can click on propose, and that'll actually build a proposal on here. So you're going to notice onto the side here, there's trip summary, which is our actual booking, and then trip proposal. Trip proposal has the ability that you can add in multiple different searches for a particular routing and then be able to send that to your client. So if they're not 100% sure if they want to book Delta or American or United, or they're looking kind of for a particular routing, you can select a variety of different options, propose it, and then be able to build your trip through the trip summary after the fact. But my client is looking to book this trip, so I'm going to go ahead and select fare. Once I do that, since I have my profile already set up in the system, it'll automatically move over my client details. So it has their first name, last name, date of birth. If I did have any additional information like passport information or frequent flyer information, or also their known traveler number, that will also move over as well. This profile does not have that, so it's not going to move over, but if I did, it would showcase there. It does automatically move over the client's contact information, phone number, and email address, as well as a credit card if they do have it in the profile. All the information here is correct, so I'm going to go ahead and confirm and continue. And right now, what's happening is 1000 Access is actually booking my reservation. It is confirming the actual reservation with the airline and confirming that. So as we can see here, my reservation is successful. I do have my flights added. It does have my airline confirmation, so that space is saved with Delta at the moment. I can go ahead and press continue. So I do have my booking on here, and everything is set up. If I'm ready and set to go, I can go ahead and click on confirmed or purchase reservation since everything is confirmed. On here, I can see my different flights. I also have my travelers and everything. The system does have the ability at this point, if you do want to add in seats, you can add in seats as well by clicking on the seat map. I'm just going to go ahead and do that after the fact with the airline directly. To complete my reservation, all I have to do is click on purchase reservation. The system does have the ability for you to add in a service fee for any air transactions. So I can default to either the $30, $50, or say if I do want to charge in $25, I can go ahead and press 25, click on add and submit, and the system will now go ahead and process. The system is automatically going to complete the ticketing and make sure everything is confirmed. Ticketing normally takes about 5 to 10 minutes or so. Then once the ticketing is complete, you will get an email confirmation of that. And now my reservation is complete. Thank you so much for joining today's demo about 1000 Access. We really appreciate it and hope you have a great rest of the day.
Hello, how are you?
We're great. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Oh, doing very good, very good. And I'm super excited. I've got some great questions. We've got about 5 minutes. So I always, because we only have 5 minutes, I always love to jump right in. So you ready?
Yeah, we're
Definitely.
ready.
Amazing. Okay. So first question, and this came up a few times. Also, I do love to share some comments. People are really excited. They're super intrigued. Everyone, we did link their directory, so please go check them out. We linked both 1000 Access and 1000 Mile Travel Group, which is their host agency. So please go check both of them out. But the big question we got asked quite a few times was, is this service, is 1000 Access only for booking flights?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So first of all, thank you so much for having us today. We're absolutely thrilled to be here and showcasing the 1000 Access tool. So great question. So if you are an independent contractor that's part of 1000 Mile Travel Group, this is an air, car, and hotel booking platform. If you are with another host, it is an air booking platform.
That is fantastic, because that was actually the next question that I had, was that if you are with, and you do outline this on your directory, but to make it clear to everybody who's here watching now, because 1000 Access was developed by the founders of 1000 Mile Travel Group, and for everyone listening, 1000 Mile Travel Group, wonderful host agency. So 1000 Access is available to those outside of 1000 Mile Travel Group, but just the flights.
Correct. Yeah. And that's a content play. So yeah, so we have our unique hotel rates that are loaded for our 1000 Mile Travel Group ICs, just like other hosts have their negotiated hotel rates loaded as well. So yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Perfect. And then I have from Book Bites by Samuel. Will ICs will be able to view each other's Sabre profile under the same PCC? How to solve this if you're using Sabre SRW web portal for ICs?
So I can actually take that. With the profiles, we have everything based on viewership at a DK level. So we can give different viewers access on a DK level versus PCC. So we have it actually pared down a little bit further down from there.
Oh, beautiful. Love that. Adam Walker's asking, do you offer an API?
We do not offer an API.
No, these are great questions. Keep them rolling in. All right. Another question that I have is, I like to ask everyone, I like to have some fun. What's coming up next? Anything you can share that's kind of in the pipeline or going to be launched soon? Any updates or changes to 1000 Access?
I'll take that.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, go ahead. No, go ahead, Christy.
Go ahead, Melissa.
We are looking into doing cancellations and kind of having more of a full end-to-end with the process. So if there is exchanges or cancellations or things like that that are needed, the system will be able to handle versus having to go to a back-end source to process those. There also is still constantly enhancements with just doing multiple payments, things like that are something that are happening down the pipeline as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great point too, is to understand that with these systems, there's constant development, constant enhancements. Even if it's not a new feature, there's always that happening in the back end. Having come from travel tech as well, I understand that that's like a consistent thing, is to keep things moving, especially as you get more users as well. You absolutely be doing that. And are there any, I know with Sabre, are there any other integrations that you have?
We do for the air or for the other parts as far as hotel and car?
Both.
So when it comes to hotel, if it's an agent that's based that has an independent contractor with us, we do have all of our different hotel rates. We have about, I think, over 8 different hotel rates that are loaded into the system. For an agent that is just using the air, we do also have our air contracts as well for commissionable rates, as I kind of displayed in the demo itself.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. I know sometimes a 5-minute Q&A goes by super fast, but you got to all the questions, which is fantastic because that rarely happens. So thank you so much for being here and the beautiful demo. Everyone, reminder, you can go back and watch the demo later on. We will be posting the times of each of the demos so that you can jump right in. We're going to give you the links. So you can jump right into the demos that you want to rewatch again. But thank you so much. And we are really excited to welcome one of our weekly sponsors next, GRNConnect.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the demo and thank you for joining us. My name is Aman Narula with GRNConnect. We are a B2B booking platform for hotels, apartments, activities, transfers, and Europasses. Before we start with the demo, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about how we are unique and set ourselves apart from our competition. First off, and most importantly, of course, we have amazing rates. I know that everybody says that, but we work with local DMCs who have direct contracts, as well as our own direct contracts to provide the best rates possible, and we are happy to let you test it out yourselves. On top of that, new agents joining us get a 4% deposit incentive on bank transfers. You get 4% back in your wallet with every booking, every time. Next is customer service. We have 24/7, 365 customer support and operations teams. We understand that you're not buying a product off of Amazon. You're essentially creating a week-long production across multiple cities or countries, and your job isn't done until your client comes back satisfied. And ours doesn't end until you are. We're in the business of repeat customers, and if you lose just one client because of us, you lose out on all their potential business year after year. So we make sure that we satisfy your customers so that they keep coming back to you and you keep coming back to us. Finally, we have a dedicated team whose only job is to reconfirm every booking directly with the hotel and get us a hotel confirmation number so that you can rest assured that your client's exact needs will be met and there will be no failed or double bookings. Thank you for listening through that, and let us begin the demo. This is our login page. I'm going to scroll down here so you can see our inventory one more time. And let's log in. All right, we have hotels, apartments, activities, transfers, DMC packages, and URL as well. Before I take you to the booking process, I want to take you through the dashboard where we have some analytics. We have bookings in the last 24 hours, flagged bookings. Those are bookings you make on a time limit. You'll also get notified via email 72, 48, and 24 hours before that expires. We have current and last month sales, overall confirmed bookings, and booking versus cancellations. So you can see all your information that's relevant to you right on the dashboard. Now again, before I go through the booking process with you, I would love to take you through all the other features we have once you do make a booking with us. If you go to My Bookings, for example, you can manage all your bookings. You can search for individual bookings. All of them are filtered according to their status, whether they're booked on a time limit, finalized, pending, canceled, failed, etc. Now, if you have a problem with any of your bookings, you can go to the filtered tickets section right here where you can manage all of your requests. Here we have requests to add a room, early check-in, etc. And if you click on this icon, you can view a thread of your conversations about the amendment topic. Now let's go through the process of creating a ticket. It's very simple. Let's pick booking remarks, subcategory others. Let's pick a booking ID. And I'm going to say I need adjoining rooms. Submit. And it's that easy. And lastly, all your wallet transactions will be available to view here. All the money going in and out of your account or that is going to be refunded to your account will be available here. So there's no discrepancies in the accounts. You can add money to your wallet here as well as on the dashboard, and you can search for individual entries as well. All right, now let's search for a hotel. For a city, I think I'm gonna go with Rome. 1 out of 3 times, whenever I ask, it's always Rome. I'm gonna do next month for 3 nights. So first thing, when you search for your hotel, you can make any changes or modifications to the dates, nights, occupancy, location right on top. You don't have to go back to the original page. We have a map view with Google Maps, so you can see exactly where your hotel is located. You can filter by hotel name, location, price, star rating. Let's do 5 stars here. Every city will have their individual unique neighborhoods. We have all the hotel chains available, facilities, you can book offers, non-refundable, free cancellations, and we have meal plans here as well. If you click on this TripAdvisor button right here, it takes you to the ratings and reviews. It's an easy way to look at how the hotel is doing recently without having to leave the site. And I'm going to choose this resort here. Instead of drop-down lists, we take you to a different tab. As you can see, there's 144 options. To narrow that down, we have filters here as well. Let's stick with the classic room. Meal plan, let's do bed and breakfast. And for refund policy, let's book refundable. We just narrowed it down to 3 options. Now, something else you can do here is you can compare hotel rooms either within or between multiple hotels, and it'll give you all the relevant information in one page. This might not be the best example, but I am sticking with it. We go to the booking confirmation page. You can put in all the relevant information here, and there's all the important information you need to know. Now, as you can see on the top right corner, any additional fees, resort fees, city taxes will be visible right here. Finally, here is all the relevant cancellation information, and you can add any special requests here as well. Now that you've booked your hotel room, let's look for some activities. Let's go back to Rome and schedule it for next month. Our activities are filtered by star rating, prices, and categories. And as you can see, we have everything you could be looking for, including eSIM packages as well. Let's go look for some water tours. We have a kayak tour with food and wine tasting, and we have urban rafting on the Tiber River. You can also get passes to museums, concerts. Now let's move on to transfers. We can do a single or a return journey. For pickup city, I'm going to go with London. The drop city can be different as well. If it's somewhere outside of London, you can choose that city as well. Now let's do Heathrow Airport, drop location. Here you can search for your hotel. And let's say I want to stay in the Hyatt. I picked the one I booked, and now I'm going to pick the flight time. Let's do 30th at 4 a.m. And here we have all our options. We could do shared or private cars. I'm going to do private for this one. You can pick the number of luggage and the number of passengers. We have private standard cars, premium cars, minibus, hybrid SUVs, and tons of options for all your needs. I'm going to pick a hybrid SUV here. And here's all the information I need to put, including airline and flight number, passenger details, and we have all the important information regarding cancellation as well. Alright, and the last tab I want to share with you is Urail. You can get a ticket or a pass here. We're going to do a one-way journey from, let's say, Munich to Paris, and all stations, just so we have options. Let's do it next week and search. As you can see, we have different time slots for arrival and departure time, and you can filter by price as well. Let's select the first option. You have standard and comfort ticket prices, and it lets you know if it thinks you don't have enough time to change trains. Here's where you fill out all the information and link your client's passport. Lastly, I want to show you the drop-down menu on the top right corner where you can find your dedicated sales and operations team members' contact information. You can create a ticket here as well, and you can change the language from English to Spanish for any multilingual teams out there. Well, that's my time, everybody. Thank you for listening. I hope I was able to keep things interesting and show you something new. If you have any questions or would like to reach out for more information, please reach out on this email and I'd be happy to help. Thank you.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining us, and thank you. We've got some love in the comments. I've also got some questions in the comments for you both. Just as a reminder to everyone in there, we have linked GRNConnect's directory for you. So please go take a look, check them out. If you have any further questions when you watch or rewatch this demo, or you're watching it recorded, please feel free to submit them directly to GRNConnect. And if you can't figure out how to do that, you can always email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com, and we can forward them along to get back to you right away. All right, so you ready for the first question?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. Okay, so I have a question. Very interesting question. I love this. What's your origin story, and what were you trying to solve initially with GRNConnect?
So it's a little bit of it's a long story, but I'm gonna try to cut it as short as I can. We're a 30-year-old company. We started out of India as a travel agency, and we saw a vacuum in the market where it was right where the dot-com era was starting, and everything was moving from manual to online. And we found a way where we could create a product that can solve an issue that most travel agents have. So instead of being the travel agent, we decided to service other travel agents, and we've just grown from there. And we then moved to the Middle East, and over the last 5 years, we've been in the US, and we just want to create a product because there's a lot of products in this market now. It's a very saturated market, if we're being honest. But when it comes down to it, we can do things. We can do things in a way with customer support, with our sourcing, that we're confident doesn't exist in the market right now.
So could you tell me a little bit more about your customer support? Because I think that that's something that sometimes we overlook, but then when we have it, we understand how important it is. So how that makes you a bit more unique, or how that's really special to GRNConnect in comparison to others.
Thank you. That was a great question. I was thinking about planting somebody who can ask the good questions, but you're doing a great job.
I'm your plant right here.
Yeah, so basically the customer support is extremely important because I think I mentioned this in the video, but you're not buying like something off of Amazon. It's not a product. It's not like a one and done. It's like a week-long production. There's multiple countries, cities, activities, transfers. There's a lot of moving parts. You're putting on a show for your clients. And you want to make sure, suppose you're dealing with an elderly couple that wants a room next to the elevator. You're dealing with a Jewish family that wants to know there's a kosher option at the continental breakfast. Maybe you want adjoining rooms because you're dealing with a big family. So we have all these conversations directly with the hotel, as well as reconfirming every single booking. So we have a dedicated team. Their only job is to call the hotel, stay in constant contact. If you have any questions, which we've moved that part online now to make things easier with the ticketing system, which we're very proud of. And we're able to maintain that close connection between the agent and the hotel without the hassle of being in constant contact and starting over with a new agent every time when you reach out to a hotel.
No, I love that. I'm all about customer support and real people, so thank you. I love that. All right, so I actually have a question. Oh no, we've got question from the audience. I'm going to take that one first. So actually, this kind of is. I'm going to combine my question with your question. This is from Specialty Travel. So could you talk a bit more about your DMC tab / supplier tab? And that was kind of my question as well, around with the DMCs, is it all prepackaged, or can I build something that's more customized? But if you could talk about what that tab is, and then can you customize, or is it more prepackaged? That would be great.
So the tab itself is prepackaged, and we focus on specific destinations. We have India, Egypt, UAE, and the US, but everything is customizable offline. If you send us an email, we'll customize it to your specific requirements. And also, we have a global DMC. We have a GRN DMC that's around the world. So even if those 4 destinations aren't what you're looking for, we're happy to, wherever you're going, if it's a group, if it's anything, everything we don't do online, we will do offline. We're never going to say no. We're never going to send you to somebody else. We're definitely going to make sure that every problem you might have, whether it's you want a giant bus for 60 people, or you want a limousine because you're dealing with a VIP client, whatever customizations you want, we will do absolutely. And we're also partnered with about 14 DMCs around the world as part of this initiative. And this goes back to the sourcing, actually. So a lot of our sourcing comes from local DMCs that have local direct contracts, which help us get better rates than the third-party suppliers. And also it helps us be more confident in our booking system. So we know you're not going to get double booked. You're not gonna, it's not gonna erase itself from the hotel registry. And so we have partnerships with these DMCs. So going back to the original question, the tabs are there for convenience. That's the most popular thing we could think of. But anything at all you can ever think of, we're happy to assist you.
Oh, that is wonderful. I love convenience, streamline, convenience, connectivity, all the things are my favorite. And speaking of which, do you have connectivity to other platforms that advisors use? Is this something on the list for the future? Would love to know a little bit more about that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we don't currently, but we're always looking to make things more integrated. We're happy to work with other platforms. We have a really great API that we send out, and our content is available on other platforms as well. But obviously, you'll get the best rate directly from us, because if you go through somebody else, they'll have added a markup, and you're dealing with that extra layer of that's cutting into your profit margin. So if you go directly to us, you will get the best rate possible.
Oh, that's wonderful. And my kind of final question for you, any new features or anything that we should be aware of or that you can share coming up in the future?
Oh, this was a late night talk show. This would be the scoop. This would be like that exclusive.
That's right. I'm trying to become a late night talk show host, all body parts crossed, that they want a Canadian jumping on and having some fun. So, being polite to everybody and all the things. So,
Absolutely, you're on the right path. It goes travel agent advisor, it goes host agency review host, and then late night, you're going to be the next Conan O'Brien.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so the next thing that we're working on many things to optimize our API, but on the retail side, on this platform, the next big thing we're looking for is, so instead of individually going through your URL passes or your activities or your hotels, we want to be able to have a cart feature where you can just put everything into one cart and check out together. Obviously, this presents some issues because some bookings are non-refundable, partially refundable, or fully refundable. So we're trying to work around a situation where for anything that's fully refundable, we will have like an add to cart feature, which makes things a lot easier. You don't have to keep going back and forth with vouchers and stuff. You get all of your information at once. And we're hoping late next year we'll have some headway on that. Maybe next year I could give you like the announcement that it's happening.
Oh, I hope so. That's what we love. Well, thank you so much. Beautiful demo. Thank you so much for jumping on for the Q&A. Just a reminder to everyone, we have linked the host agency reviews directory to GRNConnect in the comments. Go check them out. Feel free to ask them any questions directly. And thank you so much again for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for attending. And if you have any questions, like Shayna said, please reach out. We're more than happy to take all of your questions, answer them, and work together in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am so excited to welcome demo number 7. And they have not spoken, not once, not twice, but this will be their 3rd time here. They had a feature session on Wednesday. They were on a panel yesterday. So lucky number 3, we are going from one weekly sponsor to the next. Please help me in welcoming Travefy.
Hi, everyone. We are so excited to be part of HAR Wired. I'm Stephanie Grice from Travefy, and I'm going to try to squeeze in as much as I can to show you about how Travefy can be your one platform with So many possibilities. It's truly everything you need to run your travel business. So with that, for those who maybe aren't as familiar with Travefy, or maybe you're already a user but didn't realize you have access to all these tools, Travefy is a centerpiece to your business. Now, every account includes a full toolkit from websites and landing pages, CRM and email automation, form builder and credit card authorizations, invoices, commissions, plus itineraries and proposals. Basically, everything you need to run your business. And yes, I am going to try to fit in all of this in 15 minutes. So let's dive in. Now, here's the thing. Travefy's been innovating in travel tech for over a decade, and we've learned a lot from working with advisors along the way. With over 200 plus integrations and partnerships, we're connected to the industry at every level. And because we release new updates weekly, all based on our advisor feedback, Travefy never stands still. We keep growing right alongside you. And speaking of innovation, Host Agency Reviews has recognized us as #1 in the itinerary builder, form builder, and website builder. And we really couldn't do it without this incredible advisor community. And we can't wait to keep building alongside you. But that's enough about us. I now want to show you how you can use Travefy's tools to not only impress your clients, organize and streamline your business, and keep it growing. I mean, that all sounds great, right? Exactly. Let's dive in. So first, I want to highlight itineraries and proposals alongside our amazing tool called Decisions. So buckle up, get the seatbelt. Here we go. We're going in deep here. Now, I want to start with what advisors know us for, which is itineraries. Now, Travefy has really become the gold standard here. Now, you can drag and drop to build trips in minutes. You can use our AI-powered import tool to pull in details automatically, or we also connect to those hundreds of suppliers and cruise lines. But that's not all. We also include thousands of destination and city guides, live flight updates, global hotel content, and of course, your own private library so everything is personalized to your brand. And speaking of suppliers, like I mentioned before, we've built over 200 direct integrations with top cruise lines, tour operators, and other partners. So that means lots of time saved for you to create beautiful itineraries for your clients. And speaking of saving time, this is crazy. What about the things that don't have a direct integration in Travefy? Well, that's where Smart Import comes in, where you can forward nearly anything from DMC itineraries and tour operator documents to restaurant reservations and PDFs. In fact, this is wild, advisors have saved over 17,000 hours in just the first 2 months of using Smart Import. That's time back to focus on your clients, not data entry. And let's take a look at this booking. This is a good booking, for example, where this is something you might receive from the supplier. But what if we quickly turn this into this? And in under 5 minutes. And maybe honestly even quicker, because this actually is the exact example that I did. And I did this really fast because what I did is I combined the efforts of using our direct ALG integration to pull in a FunJet example like you saw on that slide. And then I also did other things like added some tours in here from Project Expedition or Viator. And that's built right in with our integration. Or you also can add a little extra pizzazz by dragging and dropping in a city guide from Travefy's thousands of destination guides. I mean, look at this. It's incredible. And you can always click and view, and here's exactly what your clients would see. I mean, this is pretty great, right? Even down to videos you can have in here. You could have videos. I mean, it's amazing. It is so powerful. But that's not it though, because you can see all of this is translating into a beautiful experience for your travelers. And you get more than just that beautiful itinerary because it can also be viewed on the go and in the palm of your client's hands with the Trip Plans mobile app. Now, this isn't just a simple app to just view a trip either. Your clients will actually get live flight updates, rich content with photos and maps, access to documents, and even the ability to chat with you directly. And best of all, this can also be viewed offline. So talk about not only providing amazing client support, but really looking awesome in front of your clients. And it's not just those itineraries. You can also create really polished proposals that showcase the options for your clients in a clean, professional way, making it easier to close those sales and wow your clients from the very start of their journey. So you'll see one here. Now, Decisions allows you to add, those multiple proposals in one single view. So that way your clients can make their selection. And even better, you can also add a form in here to that decision process. So you can collect any information you need, whether it's credit card authorization to make the booking deposit, or maybe get their passport info and more. So you'll see here that you can see that I have given a few different options here for cruises. Now, I could go and view details, expand it larger if I want. But when your client makes their selection, they're just going to say confirm. Awesome, it's all set. Now, you can also in return get this, turn it into the itinerary so you don't have to recreate it. But then you'll also notice here where your clients now can start filling out the form and putting information in that you need. Amazing, right? Talk about seamless. It's so good. But that's just itineraries and proposals, because Travefy has grown far beyond just building itineraries and proposals. Today, it's also your CRM, giving you one place to organize client details, track activity, and automate that busy work so nothing slips through the cracks. Inside of your Travefy account, you're going to find your client profiles built in. And since this is connected to your Travefy account, it'll automatically track everything you've shared with a client, from their itineraries and proposals to the forms. And you can even see whether they viewed a form or if they have filled out, and you can see their responses. And you can also securely store important documents too, like passports or waivers, so you always have the right info at your fingertips. And when it comes to collecting that information, those Travefy forms, they're fully customizable. You can capture anything from traveler preferences to PCI compliant credit card authorizations, which help protect you in the event of chargebacks. And clients can even upload files like passports and sign forms electronically. And best of all, you set the form rules. So whether that's required fields that you need or response limits, it's completely up to you. And the next thing that I want to talk about here, I know there's a lot here, email. So advisors juggle inboxes and CRMs all the time, which makes it easy to miss messages. And with Travefy's two-way email sync, every email between a client contact and Travefy is automatically tied in. So you can send, reply, and track everything in one place. So no more switching tools, nothing slipping through the cracks. And another amazing piece to this is that once you connect your email inbox, you can have anything that's sent from Travefy come from your email. So think like when you send an itinerary invite or a form, which also in returns, it's going to give you better email deliverability and that extra layer of branding consistency in front of your clients. And now this is where everything gets really powerful. It's automation. Now, everything I've been showing you with Travefy, you can build workflows that send emails, forms, and invoices, credit card authorizations, trip invites, more, whatever it is, automatically. So for example, you could have a travel insurance form go out 120 days before departure, itinerary access sent 7 days before, and even maybe a bon voyage message the morning they leave. All of that happens on its own, giving you back the hours while keeping clients very, very impressed. And you can even set this up for sending like birthday or anniversary emails. And Travefy users also love how they can set up entire workflows called task lists, where you can build in every automation and task that needs to happen for every trip. And then all you do is add that to the trip, and all those tasks and automations automatically sync to the correct dates. So really quick, I know I'm running on time here, but I want to show you this really fast because if we go in here, let me go in here. I am on a trip here, and then I'm just going to say for every cruise itinerary, maybe it's a Royal Caribbean one, I could create all these different task lists. So I've created like a cruise workflow task list just for Royal Caribbean. So I can just go ahead and import it and look at all of this and see how the dates sync automatically in. You can set all of that up. Again, you're never gonna miss a beat again. It's amazing, incredible. And by the way, we have FAQs, quick video tutorials on how to do this. If you are a Travefy user and you're not using this yet, highly, highly recommend. But I know I don't have much time, so I want to keep going here because I also want to talk about, not just staying organized with your clients and communication, but another critical piece of running your business, it's money. Now, with Travefy, invoices and commissions, they're built right in. So you can ditch the spreadsheets and stop entering the same information twice. So Travefy invoices, they're PCI compliant and built to save you time. You can eliminate duplicate entry by seamlessly importing data from your itineraries, create itemized invoices in just a few clicks, and always keep an eye on balances and outstanding payments. You can even set up items with different currencies, add your terms and conditions, and create a payment schedule. Now, not to mention, it looks so seamless to your clients and stays a single URL link that your clients can keep coming back to so they can view what's already been paid and then see what's next on their balance. And everything just stays organized and secure. Now, of course, when there are invoices, there are commissions. So Travefy makes tracking them so simple. With one click, you can pull details straight from itineraries and invoices, assign commissions, and view items on dashboards designed for advisors. So that way, you know exactly what's been earned. And with all that outstanding, any guesswork goes away. You've got it all right there in one place. But now that we've covered how Travefy can help you deliver amazing client experiences and keep your back office running smoothly, I also want to talk about how we actually can help you grow your business. So let's look at how you can market and sell your trips with website and landing pages. And yes, you heard that right. Website and landing pages. You can create these professionally branded sites in minutes. No coding is required. They're perfect for promoting groups, packages, or destination weddings. And you can add registration or inquiry forms right on the page to capture leads. And you can use domain masking. So this could become, these are going to be real examples here. This is a real example where this is an actual website for an advisor using Travefy. Same here. You'll see there's different themes you can choose from. You can put your logos, all of that good stuff. And then you also can use this for promoting like a group trip, like I mentioned. And you have those forms built in right there. I mean, that's incredible, huh? Amazing. And it's all there. So, why Travefy? After seeing all that, I know why for me personally, but because, there's so many reasons, but just to boil it down to 3, which was hard, but I tried, is, you get a full CRM, website, invoices, and so much more. It's all in one place. We've been trusted by advisors worldwide for over a decade. And everything is built and designed to help you save time, win clients, manage sales, and ultimately grow your business. And you're never on your own. We also have industry-leading training and support, whether it's a live chat, one-on-one training sessions, a webinar, however you like to learn, we are here with you every single step of that way. And getting started is really simple. You can try Travefy for free for 10 days at Travefy.com. And with HAR Wired, we're offering a special discount to help you hit the ground running. Now, I'm going to bring up a QR code in just a second, but you'll see here that we have our core and premium plans. They give you access to all of the tools. Now, premium is just an option if you don't have a website domain and email address and you want one, because we will help set that up for you and give you the personal training you need to use those tools. Now, this is going to be a 20% discount, saving you over $90 on core and even $140 on premium. So amazing, right? But I'm going to give you a QR code here so you can get all of this. But also, if you are an agency, we do offer flexible plans as well, where you can just have a team for $20 a month per user. And now this is what I want to leave up, because this code is going to get you access to everything you need. Or go to this link, scan it. You'll be able to start your free trial, schedule a demo with our team. And we just love to show you how Travefy can help your business save time, grow sales, and absolutely wow your clients. So thank you so much for the time today, and for the amazing HAR team for putting on HAR Wired. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, Becky.
Hi, Shayna. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I can't decide in the comments if people love Travefy or Stephanie more. I feel like I have to screenshot it all and just send it to her. Although I can't decide between Scott speaking on Tuesday, David speaking yesterday, Stephanie, and now you. The love is very mutual. So it's been so nice to have so much of the team here with us.
Yeah, we're super excited. Like David and Scott and Stephanie have shared already. We love partnering with Host Agency Reviews, and we're super excited for this week. And I'm sorry, it's not Stephanie, it's me. Stephanie is at a conference, but still, I'll make sure to answer all your questions and be as helpful as possible, of course. So
for everyone in the comments, Becky's just as fantastic as Stephanie.
Yes.
So I'm setting you
I don't
up.
take it personal.
Don't disappoint. Okay, so I've got a few questions, though we really had to comb through all the love to find the questions. But I had somebody talking about how they love Marketplace. Can you share a little bit more about what Marketplace is?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Marketplace is your one place to access shared content by other travel advisors using Travefy, and also suppliers. So this is really a helpful place for people who want to find inspiration or even see what other travel advisors are doing. I put it in a way of you don't know everything from everywhere. So if you're trying to get inspiration to go to Morocco or to go to Colombia or to go someplace, your quickly and easy tool would be to go into Marketplace, find what other travel advisors have done, and then add it to your library. So you can find either itineraries or city guides, or some even have packing lists in there, and it's all free. It's all possible to be added to your library and continue building those itineraries from there. So really helpful tool to have.
I love it. And speaking of another tool that I really love, which is your ability, the website. So do your clients currently, do they use your, website landing page feature for their entire website, or do they typically use it for group trips or a little bit of both? What are you seeing at Travefy?
Yeah. So for our websites and overall pages, our website builder, and also our landing pages, advisors use it in a couple of different ways, I'll say. So there's many advisors that use the website as their own, their website for the agency, for their company, and they domain mask that. But also they use landing pages for group travel, whether that be a destination wedding, or maybe they want to do a specific discount for a cruise. So it's really easy to combine both in that sense. So let's say they have their main website, and then they want to feature a cruise travel that they put together. They can link that landing page into their website. So they use it for both, I'll say. And it's really easy to add, they can add their logo, they can make it as personalized as possible. And that's what, honestly, it's awesome about using the website builder in Travefy, because it goes back to the advisor's brand, putting the brand in the front and center of everything. So I would say for both of those things. So
Fantastic. I have a question from Barbara. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyways. Do you handle river cruise itineraries?
So the answer, Barbara, is yes. We have within Travefy, you can build itineraries for cruises, and that's for all types of cruises, for all the ocean cruises, the river cruises as well. And what's really nice about Travefy is that we've taken it up and leveled it up better this last couple of months, we've added more information into cruises. So if you already loved the cruise integration information that you had before, you're going to love it even more because we've expanded all the pictures, accommodations, what an advisor gets to share to their clients as well. And I think overall, I'll say that I've even measured this time for myself. Building a cruise and a cruise itinerary in Travefy takes longer, or like takes a lot of like 2 minutes to build one. So if you're thinking about creating a cruise itinerary with pre and post departure details and adding that into Travefy, it takes no time to build one because of our integration. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's easy to say really any itinerary you want to build is absolutely available to you in Travefy.
Yes.
I'm so glad that Barbara, you asked the question. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have. But Becky, thank you so much for jumping on and joining us. Please go thank the entire Travefy team. I mean, I will be doing the same. But thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to have you all here.
Yeah, it was a pleasure as well. And if you have any questions, we're always available. And thank you so much for having us.
Yes, please go to hostagencyreviews.com, and we have linked in the comments directly to their profile. All right, we are officially 7 demos down and 7 more demos to go. So we are halfway there. I am very excited to welcome our next demo from one of our speakers. He was with us on Wednesday, went over AI, fantastic session. Definitely go take a look. Was the CEO and co-founder of our next company, TravelJoy. Please welcome them.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin and I'm part of the Joymaker team here at TravelJoy. Joymakers are your customer success team and your go-to resource for support and guidance as you use the platform. If you're not familiar with us, we are TravelJoy, the all-in-one platform for travel advisors. With our platform, you can manage clients, create itineraries, and handle payments all in one place. From our full CRM to our itinerary builder, you get access to tools that help you save time, look professional, stay organized, and simplify payments. Now let's explore how TravelJoy can streamline your workflow. And be sure to stick around until the end. I've got a special offer you won't want to miss. At TravelJoy, you get a centralized digital workspace to run your business smoothly and efficiently. Stay organized and stress-free with our CRM. Securely store client details, effortlessly connect with travelers, and manage tasks with ease all in one place. Want to create a beautiful professional proposal or itinerary that will impress your clients? Our itinerary and proposal builder helps you craft memorable experiences that leave a lasting impression. Get paid with ease. TravelJoy's invoicing tools let you securely collect credit card authorizations and process payments seamlessly. Next, you can save hours by letting TravelJoy handle the busy work by automating routine emails, forms, and follow-ups. Plus, you can harness the power of AI to create complete itineraries and proposals in under 60 seconds, dramatically cutting down your workload. And finally, we've got you covered on simplifying group trips. Save time and stay organized with our groups feature. Create streamlined booking pages and manage group trips from one convenient tab. As you can see, TravelJoy is packed with powerful tools, but the real magic is in how it all comes together in the day-to-day running of your business. And that's exactly what we hear from advisors using the platform. We've been the proven, reliable choice since 2018, and we love hearing stories from our community. Advisors doubling their sales, advisors improving their close rates by 75%. Now let's dive into the demo so you can see exactly how TravelJoy can do the same for your business. With TravelJoy, you get a robust CRM that keeps track of every client, message, and trip in one place, helping you stay organized. For example, it's easy to capture potential new clients using the power of TravelJoy Forms. Forms can be shared by link, as we see on my screen, embedded to your website, or sent via a trip in TravelJoy. When a form is submitted, you'll be notified by email, and a new trip will be automatically created within your TravelJoy account that features the client's submitted form details. This trip is your one-stop shop for managing clients' travel seamlessly and efficiently, with access to messaging tools, your trip files tab, which holds submitted forms, created invoices, and more, tasks to keep you on track with your to-do list items and automatically send a form or message to your client, and a space to record internal notes regarding the trip. Having everything in one place like this helps you save time and deliver a smoother client experience. Next, you'll likely want to create a proposal for your client to review. And I'm excited to show you how to create an entire cruise proposal in under 60 seconds using our Magic Importer tool. I'm going to drag and drop an itinerary for a cruise into that box, and our system will match an uploaded supplier itinerary or invoice with a cruise in our database. This allows you to bring in details such as activities, deck plans, cabin options, all of the information needed to wow your clients. The Magic Importer tool also works for hotels, flights, and activities. This tool is a huge time saver. It keeps you from having to copy, paste, and retype a ton of details by hand. Now I've hopped over to a completed version of this proposal from your client's view. Now up here at the top right, they can take this proposal or itinerary with them on the go using the Itineraries by TravelJoy app, share the proposal, download to their device, ask a question, or approve and authorize. We'll get to that in just a few moments. Your clients will experience a beautiful, sleek, professional proposal with an overview over here on the left-hand side, which is clickable and will take them to any part of the proposal that they need. They can also just peruse the proposal by scrolling down. Now, as mentioned, I have enabled the ability to collect a credit card authorization through this proposal. So when your client approves and authorizes, they'll be able to approve that trip and provide their credit card authorization all in one easy step. This cuts down the back and forth emails and helps you close sales faster. Now, once this authorization is complete, an invoice will automatically be generated within their Trip Files tab, and you will be notified by email. You can access their credit card details, pay your supplier, and mark the payment as paid for both you and your client's records.
While that invoice gets created automatically after a proposal is approved, it's easy to create supplier invoices anytime you'd like.
The invoice creation process is simple. Head to that blue Create button within your trip, select Invoice Supplier, and fill out the invoice accordingly. So we'll see something like hotel in this line item. You can add additional items if you need to, or add invoice template items. You can adjust your payment schedule to pay in full or deposit and final payment, but each of these options you'll notice has this little edit button. By clicking it, you can customize your payment schedule further by adding additional payments or adding multiple payments like monthly or custom payments. Down here at the bottom, you have your settings. So your payment method is supplier, meaning you are only collecting a credit card authorization that you can then use to pay your supplier. On supplier invoices only, you can change the currency, give your invoice a name, choose which client on the trip this invoice is associated with, the confirmation page or thank you message that appears when your client completes their authorization, if you'd like a confirmation email to be triggered after they submit their authorization, and then choose your terms and conditions from your terms and conditions templates. Once you have that all set, you can then send it off to your client, and this is the finished product. So we're looking at an invoice just the way our client would view it if they open it from their email. Your client will be able to see those line item options. They're going to be able to authorize an amount. They're going to be able to use a card that they've used previously or add a new credit card if this is their first time joining the invoice. Then they'll sign and agree to your terms and conditions. And if they scroll down further, they'll see their payment schedule to view any other upcoming payments. Once they authorize their payment, a thank you message will appear. And on your side of things, you'll receive an email to your email inbox, but also see this message in the trip message feed with links to the invoice, the signed authorization, and your client's payment info, which, fun fact, lives in your client's profile card underneath the payment info tab. You can then show that credit card to go ahead and pay your suppliers. And once you've paid your suppliers, you can return to that invoice using this link here or from your Trip Files tab, edit it, head down to that payment schedule, and mark it as paid. This lets your client know that a payment has been completed, and it keeps your records up to date. That's a high-level view of how TravelJoy works for individual trips. But now let's talk about groups. One of the most powerful features in TravelJoy is our groups feature. If you've ever booked a group trip, you know how complicated it can get. You're juggling multiple travelers, multiple bookings, payments from different people, and all the communication that comes along with it. It all starts with a group booking page. To get travelers booked, you can publish one polished, professional landing page that lists your room packages, excursions, pricing, and deposit requirements. Your clients can just click the link, pick their package, and begin the process. Your clients will select the number of travelers that they have, and the pricing you've set up will show accordingly. They can select extra options to add on, and again, that pricing will update. And they'll continue to traveler info, where a TravelJoy form will collect the details you need to start their booking. We'll add in these required fields real quickly. And continue to payment. From here, your client will choose to authorize their deposit or full amount. We also offer the ability to collect monthly and custom payments. And they'll add their credit card. Once their credit card details have been added, they'll save the credit card in place and agree to your terms and conditions with an electronic signature. They'll then authorize that amount and book. TravelJoy then creates a trip automatically within your group for this client. On this trip, you get access to the client's inquiry form that they filled out during the booking process, the generated invoice, as well as their payment info so you can start paying your suppliers. And because group trips often involve lots of individual payments, we've made that process simple too. If you use our group funds feature, which you can access on the All Travelers tab and find here, each traveler pays individually, and TravelJoy aggregates those payments so you can pay your suppliers in lump sums. This makes it easier to pay your supplier for bigger groups instead of having to send payments or authorizations for each individual traveler. And finally, to keep everything organized, you get a group status tab. This is your at-a-glance dashboard showing you who's booked, who's paid, what's pending, and what's still outstanding. Managing dozens of travelers suddenly feels simple. Now that's just a quick look at some of the key parts of TravelJoy, and that's only the beginning. Advisors also love things like our time-saving automations and ready-to-use templates that make the day-to-day work so much easier. When we say we're an all-in-one platform, we really mean it. With all of our different features, you can cut down on the number of tools you use to run everything in one place. And the best part? It's super easy to get started. You can try the full platform free for 7 days, no credit card required. After your free trial, we've got 2 flexible membership options. We know not every travel business looks the same and you have different needs. So you can choose from 2 different plans to fit the way you work. Our starter plan is perfect if you are new to the industry or just need the essentials. It gives you everything you need to hit the ground running for just $19 a month. Or, to unlock the full power of TravelJoy, including automation and AI, our Pro plan is for you. Normally, the Pro plan is $39 a month, but because you're here today, we've got a special offer. Sign up with the promo code WIRED25 and you'll get 50% off your first 3 months. That's almost $60 in savings. To get started, sign up at TravelJoy.com and use the promo code WIRED25. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to having you in the TravelJoy community.
Just because I want to embarrass Matt slightly more than I did on Wednesday. He's like, uh-oh, what's coming? Unfortunately, no one got to be backstage with me and watching him kind of jam out to his own music on the demo. But hopefully next time.
Who doesn't love a nice royalty-free corporate upbeat track?
Those are our favorite. We do enjoy them. And hey, Caitlin, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you for having us today.
Yeah, thank you for that beautiful demo. I do. Honestly, it has been a demo forward. It's actually been honestly great for me. I love kind of seeing what else has been happening over the last year or so. So this has been fantastic. I do have some questions for you all. We've got about 5-6 minutes if you're ready.
Let's do it.
Beautiful. All right. I like this one. This one is from Joy. So Joy has really been with us all week. So I love it. I think Joy definitely saw Dio speaking the other day. She would love to hear about your new Zapier integration.
Sure, yeah. We're really excited about this. It's one of several new things we're releasing right now. So where this came about, TravelJoy have been around since 2018. We've had advisors that have grown with us now for all of those years. So excited for them as they've grown their businesses. And what we've really started to hear is, once you get to a certain point, your business grows, but so does the complexity, right? You have so many more clients. You're maybe using several different, like really advanced systems. And at that stage, you really need ways to connect some of those pieces more easily. So really excited about our Zapier integration. I want to say I'll have to go back and check our company Slack. I think it went live maybe today. So with Zapier, you can connect your TravelJoy data to, I think, 7,000 other apps, all the ones that Zapier supports. Some of the ones we're really excited about, especially that we've heard from advisors, are things like, when you get a new client in TravelJoy, you can now use the Zapier integration to automatically send them to something like an email marketing platform. I know a lot of folks use Flowdesk, so that's one that's definitely supported. Another use case that's come up a lot is people wanting to send payments or things related to invoices to like an accounting system. So Zapier makes that easy as well. So that is one of our many brand new things at the moment. It is an add-on to our existing plans. You can get the Zapier integration for $29 a month. Joy, I'll reach out to you and see if you want to chat more about that. But yeah, we're very excited about it. Opens up a ton of new possibilities, and one of the many new things we've got coming up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we use it in our daily business, and it really just helps automate so many different things from different platforms that, as I say, don't have native integrations with one another. So I've got another question from Book Bites by Samuel. Does TravelJoy have API support for CRM integration?
No API support right now. So we looked at both of those options. We looked at API and we looked at Zapier, kind of to solve some of those same problems, to move data around to different places. In talking with advisors that were interested in this option, either way, Zapier felt like it was going to be the quickest way we could solve that problem for the most number of people. So if you're interested in the API stuff, definitely look at the Zapier option to see if it can meet some of your needs. I know our team would also be super happy to chat and learn more about what you're trying to solve for with the API, but only way right now will be the Zapier integration.
Yeah, I think the great thing, and I think, our audience, if you don't know what Zapier is, definitely go check it out. But with Zapier, the amount of apps that you can connect to is out of bounds. It's also, I literally created a Zap 2 days ago for our business. And that's actually for your feedback forms. So those are things that you can do right away, really simple. API integrations typically take a longer amount of time. So that's also something to consider, the simplicity of it as well. All right, I've got a couple other questions. We've got about 2.5 minutes. All right, for your groups, like your group booking pages, can they integrate into an advisor's website, or do you use them just as a landing page that you send on to the clients?
Yeah, I can jump on this one. So our group booking pages, they are standalone web pages. You can use them as a landing page. Right now, there's not a way to integrate them. There are some website builders that do allow you to embed web pages within your own landing page. But what we see a lot of folks do is take the link for that group booking page, which is unique. It doesn't change as you make any changes or updates to it, and just link it as a button on your landing page or on your own website. And that usually does the trick.
Beautiful. I love that you can turn your itineraries directly into landing pages. I think that that is fantastic. In groups, I know we were talking to travel leaders not too long ago, and about 25% of the business from their hosts is groups. So this is a huge feature to have. All right, one final question before I let you both go is tell me something new that's coming up.
Shayna, I'm so
I
excited.
like the tea. I like the tea.
I am very excited about something we are launching on Monday. One of the things we have been hearing from advisors is how long it can take to get a polished professional itinerary out the door. We've made several advancements on itineraries over the last couple of years, including things like Magic Importer, etc. But we are ready to change the game on Monday. So we are launching what we are calling Itinerary Copilot. It is your AI assistant for building itineraries that you can then send to your clients. The basic use case is you can get off a client call, put your raw notes into the Itinerary Copilot, and it's going to instantly structure it into a full digital itinerary. So you don't have to click around anymore to add a hotel, add a flight, type in the details, copy something in from a supplier website. It will literally just pull it all in for you. You can also then give it instructions like, can you add more photos to this hotel? Or can you revise the hotel description to focus on its health and wellness activities? So really with this, we're going to totally shorten the amount of time and effort and manual copy pasting formatting to build itineraries. It's so important to have those and that they be professional and they be buttoned up, but it shouldn't take you hours to do it, and it's not going to anymore. I actually have shocking that the marketing person has a webinar link ready to go and copy and paste into the chat. But we would love to see you all there on Monday so we can show you a bit more about Itinerary Copilot. The link is right there. Even if you can't join live, we'll send you the recording, so don't worry about that. But we would love to see everyone there. We really, really think it's going to be a game changer and are so excited about it.
I'm really excited for you. I know that most of our team, I think some of our team is actually registered for it so that we can get the recording so we can all watch it. Good luck. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to move on to demo number 9 of 14. Welcoming, thank you so much. We are welcoming back the Tern team. So let's get it started.
Hi there, my name is Grace Van Hollebeck, and I'm so excited to share a demo of Tern with you guys here today. Thank you so much, HAR, for having us, and I can't wait to jump in and show you all about the travel technology platform that is taking this industry by storm. If you don't know Tern, though, you should know a brief introduction to just what our philosophy is as a company. When we started Tern, we really thought hard about this idea that we're expecting this big resurgence in the travel industry. There is an increase for demand for advisors. There's a ton of new industry advisors joining. And then there's also just a redefining of client expectations that have been happening. Clients that are really wanting more service and more support out of you without you necessarily having more resources at your fingertips. And that kind of approach to technology hasn't changed in decades. You'll see here on this kind of diagram, you'll see everything from an itinerary platform to email, CRM, finance tools, and invoicing. And when we started taking a look at this different tech stack, our founders were thinking to themselves that there's just so much invisible work going on for the average advisor. You're doing so much back-end details and minutia that actually isn't helping you sell more. It is just a part of the back-end admin. And so Tern's goal is to this idea of end invisible work and really helping reduce the amount of back and forth manual work that you need to do to be able to do your job. And that's where Tern comes in. It's the ultimate platform for travel professionals, focusing on what you would typically think of as maybe different tools or different features, and really bringing it all into one functioning flow experience. We don't like to pick apart the Tern platform and piecemeal it off here and there, because truly the entire platform works together in an entire user flow. It's truly amazing, but also more importantly, it does have all of those features that you're probably thinking, well, I might have 6 different subscriptions I could probably cancel right now if I were to switch to Tern. So let me jump into some of them for you, shall we? So this is the Tern platform when you first jump in. You'll notice there's a bunch of different things going on. On the top left-hand corner here, you'll see we have a list of all of our payments that are currently due for clients, tasks that maybe I need to get done, or maybe I could mark complete. even some recent responses from clients filling out your forms. But my personal favorite is the tab where you actually get to jump back into projects you were recently working on. Now, aside from Tern having the itinerary piece of the platform, the CRM tool, emails, calendar scheduling, you name it, there are certain things about Tern that really make us stand out. One of those is a recent calendar tool. And while, yes, it's lovely to look at everything in a calendar, it is even more helpful to see things in your calendar. And so I'm so excited to share that now you can, after clicking into the calendar tool, actually click subscribe and go and add this to your Google Calendar, Outlook, wherever you typically view your calendars. All right, now to jump back into what you probably most care about, which is the actual trip planning process. Here in Tern, when you click into trips, you'll see we have this entire like Kanban board of different itinerary stages. We've got everything from an inbound trip all the way through traveled and canceled. And you can see where all the different stages of trips are at in your business, given the different processes that you might have. And of course, you can edit all of these statuses. But the really important thing to know here is that you can, first of all, drag and drop, which is so handy. But also there can be tasks, automations, to-do items, all attached to the different stages, if you like, of course. And those different automations can be triggered just by moving different statuses. But of course, if you're like me and you want to get started with a brand new trip, you could use our form functions, which collect client details, whether it's on your website or linked to in your social media. If a client fills that out, it would actually show up as an inbound trip here in the itinerary platform. But if you were to get started in creating a new trip, you just click here and get started by adding in the different trip details. I'm going to just add in a few details here to kick us off, and I'm going to make a cruise for us just to keep things simple. When you see that I've created the dates of this itinerary, a few things to point out. This is the center and hub of all of your itineraries. Each itinerary gets this kind of ecosystem. You'll see on the left-hand side all of your different pieces of basically information that you can add in and track. On the middle here, you'll have some prompts of how to get started. And of course, here on the right-hand side, you can add in travelers. If someone had already filled out your form on your website and they would have been already pulled in. But because I'm going to do this manually, sorry, typing and talking at the same time always gets me. When you add someone in like that, you can click done and it'll pull in some of the important information about your client and even have click one copy for adding in some important details when you're actually booking their travels. But let's get started, shall we? Shall we create an itinerary together? You could do that by clicking the draft an itinerary section or even just this itinerary button here on the left-hand side. So here in the itinerary builder, everything is left to right, and you could similarly drop and add in everything here that you normally would. Now, it's important to point out our AI Assist tool in the top right-hand corner here, because let's say you're moving from other systems, or you got a PDF sent to you from a supplier that you want to add in, or maybe there's a tour online and you just want to copy and paste the text that's on there, meaning literally the whole page, Command A, and paste all of that text right in here. You'd be able to add in anything from that PDF to the copy and paste, or even a PDF upload right here into the AI Assist tool. And it'll parse in all of the information that you shared. So it's really easy to either move over systems or also consider adding in things from suppliers. But let's say we want to add in a cruise itinerary very quickly. I'm going to show you here that you can already see the itineraries that are showing up within those dates. And we sync with, I think it's over 100,000 cruise itineraries daily, which is unbelievable. But it also pulls in the media for you, which obviously is very helpful when you have so many different stops like this one. And you want to make sure that all of the different details are being pulled in that you don't have to add manually. I'm now going to add in the lodging element of this cruise, and you'll see here in the room section, you could start by just searching and adding cabins. But when I mentioned before that there's some of those things that really stands Tern out is our optionality to have options. Now, in a typical itinerary, maybe on some other platforms, you might see that you have to put side by side multiple different room types and make it clear that they're different options. Or maybe you have to complete two different itineraries and share with the client, hey, by the way, these are two totally different options. Well, we allow you to have that dynamic optionality throughout, not only within a cruise lodging piece, but also multiple activities, or even comparing two different itineraries side by side, but similarly within just that one ecosystem. So to show you what that room optionality looks like, I'm going to click here and search cabins. I'll pull in, for example, a mini suite as our maybe lower tier option. I'll add another one that's maybe a little bit of a higher priced option. And I can add in maybe the lighthouse suite. We're going fancy with this one. You'll see the media is already pulled in for this itinerary, so you don't have to do any work there. And then in booking and pricing is really where you'd add in all of the details, like how the activity is being priced, what the total pricing is, and you could set it up to receive authorizations and payments. Now, one of the really great parts of this too is you can add in suppliers and understand, of course, who you're booking and when you're booking, but also if your host agency or your agency owners also use Tern, it's one click for invoicing and getting paid commissions because they don't have to re-add any of this information in. If you're part of their organization in Tern, none of this information has to be doubled down a second time. So let's show you what this looks like, shall we? Let's publish this itinerary, give you a quick look into what this looks like. Now that I've clicked publish, I could send in an email and add in a template, but instead I'm actually just going to click this and click preview to show you. So now it takes us to this beautiful itinerary. You'll see it only took me a few clicks to get here. I didn't have to add in these images manually. I didn't have to add in my business details. I already set that up in my settings. And you'll see it has everything from my business branding, my headshot, my information, but also all the details of the itinerary down to the pricing and the dates, and even down to all the different images, information about the cruise line, you name it. I love clicking into the ship details too, because you'll see it also has deck plans as well as dining and entertainment, all things that I did not need to add in manually. And if I keep scrolling down, I'll also see the choice for those room options that we talked about. So it has the different options for the panoramic suite or alternatively the lighthouse suite. Now, as a client, maybe I'm not scrolling this whole thing to see those options. Maybe I miss it. That's why we also call it out up top to say, hey, by the way, you as a client have the options to make a choice right now. And you can either request revisions to everything you've seen, approve it, and also make those choices. You can click in here and you'll see that optionality that we talked about, where it's allowing you to choose between the mini suite or the lighthouse suite. But let's say as a client, the in-laws decided they want to come and I actually need 2 rooms. Well, now I can add in here, I want to select a lighthouse and a panorama, and then I could go ahead and submit my selection. This is true, though, also of not just different room type comparisons, but it could be that you're giving options for 2 different hotels, 2 different itineraries. Maybe it's the difference between a Jeep tour and a beach excursion. You really can share a variety of options within even just a single proposal. And let's say I had multiple room types and multiple different hotel options. Tern can handle all of that different optionality, and this itinerary is truly dynamic. But the best part about it is that after a client makes those selections and is actually moving through this process, it takes them right to the credit card authorization flow, which means that you can immediately get their information that says that they're ready to go ahead and book. And of course, you'll be able to set all of that up in the back end so that if you didn't want to collect authorization yet, you could prevent it as well. Well, now our itinerary is beautiful and ready to go, and I shared this off to my client. But what about the rest of the Tern platform? I promised that I'd share a little bit more, and I just want to take you through a few details. Here in the Tern ecosystem for the itinerary tool, you'll see the finances section that takes you through all the details of what's being booked and what's being paid. We actually just released a new payment system that allows you to really easily see the expected payments and the past payments and authorizations that you have. One of the pieces of feedback that we also got was that authorizations, if you ever change the price of something, or let's say a price went up or down for some reason because a client waited, which we all know happens, that sometimes the authorizations, if you need to make a change to pricing, all of a sudden the authorization goes away, which is obviously not helpful to you as an agent when maybe it's just some small change that the client's okay with. Now we do not wipe out authorizations anymore. We've removed that. And now we actually just flag it to you if an authorization has changed so that you can decide if it's worth getting a new authorization or not. So hopefully that's a fun and exciting update as well. Of course, you can choose to share insurance options here as well. And you can even charge service fees in the Tern platform too. Now, like all great platforms, we also have an entire library section. But not only do we have library details for everything from activities, itineraries, cruises, you name it. You can also share your library items between you and your agents at your agency or across the Tern community. But that's not the only thing you might want saved in a library. You might also need the details that are related to how you actually run your business. And that's where all of our forms, our emails, tasks, automations, and workflows all come into place. We have a full system of forms, automations, workflows built in here. And of course, if you ever needed help getting any of this set up, we recently just acquired my company, Lucia, which actually helps move over you and all of your information from other platforms into Tern as well. So let's say all of those automations, maybe it's been set up based on the statuses. I now don't even have to worry about that or think about that. But if I want to take a look at the emails going in or out of my inbox, the good thing is that Tern's email sync is actually connected to your email address. What that means is that if you're sending or receiving an email from Tern's email tool, it's being sent from your email address and it would actually show up in your outbox on your Google or Outlook or whatever you use. So I can take a look at any of the emails from clients, and I can even add it to trips so it shows up under that trip itself. And I can handle sending any other types of emails that I like as well. And it keeps them in a thread. We also have our full CRM tool, which is best in class. And when you click in here, it might be quite unassuming, but when you click in here, it gets far more detailed. You have everything from a client's information, relationship statuses, other relationships that they may have, but also their preferences, interests, etc. But while that's fine, you also need to know maybe when a client's traveling or different details about them or adding in notes. You could see everything from what trips they're on to what recent activity has been done on their account, or even see what forums they've recently submitted. Now, I mentioned again what makes Tern stand out and what makes it so incredible. What I have definitely saved the best for last, and this is our brand new analytics suite. So for you, maybe as someone that's saying, I really wish I could know how many times I booked Virgin Voyages this year, or how many times I booked through Classic Vacations. Or I'd love to know if Jane Smith has booked with me in a while. I feel like I haven't heard from her. Well, now you can view any of those details in detailed reports that you can edit and view and filter and sort right here in the Analytics tab. For example, you can click into your client section and see everything about your clients and even see maybe if you're under different filter types or dates, etc. But you could see who's currently a client when people are traveling, or even see all different details about them. But I mentioned maybe understanding what suppliers you've worked with or what, has been going on in your business. That's why I actually love the KPI functionality as well, because you can see all of the different reports and details related to your business. You can also edit the different pieces of information that are being shown in here, and of course, download this as well. And again, you could see so many pieces of information about your company, and you don't have to do anything to get it. And one last report, because I get so excited about this. You can also in the analytics section see your sales as well. You could see your KPIs, you could see your clients, your suppliers, your received commissions, and we're adding new reports every single day. You can even see your expected commissions, so you know what you're expected to be paid sometime soon. Now, before I let you all go, I'll show you one last trick in the Tern platform, and that is under our business settings. I showed you before that you could update your business settings, give all of the information that shows up in a beautiful itinerary. But one thing that is so underrated here on Tern is that we actually also have our email scheduler that works just like a Calendly or similar type of platform. So when we talked about helping you get rid of a ton of subscriptions, hopefully that is one of the many that we can help you get rid of. Thank you so much for joining for this introduction to Tern. I hope you really, truly enjoyed it. We are also giving out a discount code for those who followed along, and that is going to be WIRED25. So WIRED 25 to get $49 off your Tern subscription. You can use it towards either an annual subscription that'll give you a free month, or you can use it on a monthly basis and actually get it as a 6-week extended free trial if you're a new user. Thank you guys so much for tuning along, and hope you enjoyed this demo of Tern.
Hello, I think I've got to bring Courtney to stage with me.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks, Shayna.
There we go. All right. Oh, very, very nice to meet you. We have only got a few minutes, so I am going to power through some of the questions. Are you ready?
Perfect. Let's see what we get. We'll do 5 minutes to win it, basically.
I know, pretty much. Okay, so from Jen, being a newer tool in the industry, what is your focus right now, and what are some longer term plans? If you
Great question. The goal of Tern is to truly become your all-in-one platform. We already are in the industry. We're the only system out there that is your all-in-one, but the goal of Tern in the future too is to essentially allow you to not ever have to really leave our platform in order to do your business. So sure, we're a little bit newer, but long-term, just continue down this path of truly being your all-in-one to allow you, as Grace just finished up, to eliminate a lot of these other systems that you're currently using.
Yeah, no, that's it. It was incredible, all the different features that she was showing us. What integrations do you have with other platforms?
Good question. So right now in Q4, you'll actually, if you join our webinar, I'm not sure if Grace talked about that, but we have a webinar coming on October 21st that's talking about Tern in the next 5 years. So it's called Tern 2030. I would highly recommend joining that because we're going to talk about some of our integrations that we'll be having. We have our cruise integration, so over 40,000 different cruise itineraries that are already built into the system for you, plus over 1.7 million properties into the system. We have our AI assist tool that's actually kind of supplier agnostic. So you can actually just take anything from any supplier and put it into the system, and it will parse that information out there for you. Coming in Q4, we will have some nice integrations that will be announced as well. I can't spoil that yet, but we will have some direct booking integrations too.
No, I love that 1.7 million, just a tiny number.
Yeah.
You gotta love it. Okay, probably the last question that we're gonna have time for, but we've talked a lot about group bookings over the last couple demos. So how's the platform really supporting and focusing on group bookings, if at all?
Yeah. So the way that we do our groups inside of Tern is pretty unique. We have our overarching group, which is going to be your itinerary that everybody's going to do, of course. And you can create beautiful landing pages. From those landing pages, those folks can actually self-sign up for the group as well. So instead of a million people reaching out to you that they want to sign up for the group, you can actually create a custom form to allow those people to actually go through the sign up process all the way through authorization if you want, without needing to bother you for a thing. What happens on the backside is we actually create what we call these sub trips of those groups. And now those sub trips are individualized itineraries for that person in that group. So you can actually go into that person's itinerary. If they're doing a pre and a post separate from the group, you can actually just change that person's itinerary. And when they're going in to view their itinerary, they're only going to see the information that's relevant to them. Instead of seeing a million different people's flights, lodging, this, that, the other, they're actually only going to see a personalized experience of the stuff that's relevant to them, even though they're in this group trip.
I think that's fantastic. I think Grace touched on it in her demo, but what a way to have somebody part of a group. But everybody has some different pre and post nights.
Exactly.
I absolutely love it. Great way to end this off. Courtney, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for jumping on. And we are going to move right along into demo number 10, which is very exciting. And up next we have Safari Portal.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel West, the founder and CEO of Safari Portal. And I just want to introduce myself, give you a teeny tiny intro to Safari Portal, and then I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Nicole, who's going to walk you through a more in-depth so you can see how the platform works and feels and all of that. Safari Portal is an award-winning platform for itinerary building and travel operations. When we first started, we started out really just to be the best proposal software for the Safari industry, hence the name Safari Portal. We've come so long and so far since then. So we've expanded our coverage not only to cover worldwide content and properties and destinations all over the world, but also with operational functionality and support as well. So task management, contact management, credit card authorizations, magic import, invoicing, client payments. There's so much in Safari Portal now. It's really not just proposal software anymore. What I want to flag and really point out is that everybody who is part of Safari Portal, is part of the team, is from within the industry. So we really understand your needs and how you work, because we've been there. We've been in the trenches with you. We're all super passionate about the platform, and we're passionate about helping all of our users feel that too. So we're here for you. You can feel confident that when you send a support ticket, it's not going to a bot, it's going to a real person. We'll hop on a call with you, just the same way that your clients want to work with you because of that hands-on touch. We feel strongly that we're not just software. We're really partners for you. Last, I want to flag that we've got plans that work for your business. So we do have group pricing and special plans for advisors affiliated with preferred host agencies. Often these can be as much as 50% off. So if you are interested in doing a demo, you can scan this little code thing, and when you register for a demo, just mention which host agency you're affiliated with, and we'll let you know what the special pricing is. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to stick around, so after this little walkthrough, I'll be here for the Q&A. Thanks so much, and looking forward to seeing you in a couple of minutes.
It's hard to say what the best part of Safari Portal is, but time and time again we hear from our users that it's how quickly they can put together customized proposals and itineraries, how easy the tool is to use, and how beautifully high-end the itineraries look. The easiest way to explain this is to show you. You can use Safari Portal to create initial proposals, which we call lookbooks, detailed itineraries, and guest portals to collect guest information and share pre-travel details, flight information, and emergency contacts. This means that you can manage your entire client experience from the first touch point all the way through their trip with our traveler-facing app. Once clients complete any forms, that information automatically syncs to their contact profiles, storing their travel history, contact information, preferences, and more for next time. Effortlessly stay on top of everything you need to do for any trip. With built-in task management, the system will automatically remind you when you need to check in, book activities, and share information based on your own custom workflow.
Let's move on to forms. This is where you have free rein to create any type of form you need in order to collect any relevant guest information. This might include trip planning forms, waivers, and lead forms, to name a few. You can attach them directly to a client's file or send them out independently, and clients can even upload their own documents right into the form. Best of all, every submission syncs straight into the client's contact profile, keeping everything organized and easy to access.
So let's start at the beginning of the client journey with a lookbook. A lookbook allows you to quickly share different options and ideas with potential travelers who have just reached out and want to hear your suggestions. Maybe they've said something like, "We're planning our honeymoon for August 2023 with a budget of $10,000 per person. What would you suggest?" At this stage, you might be writing long-winded emails, sending links to different hotels, or sharing past samples itineraries that don't feel personalized. Whatever you're doing, it's likely taking up a lot of your time. And in the meantime, your client might be Googling options and booking with someone else. Well, not anymore. With lookbooks, you can create completely personalized and professional-looking proposals in just a few minutes. Let's see how. From your sales dashboard, click Create New and select New Lookbook. First, we'll create a file for this proposal so that everything we share with this guest stays organized. You can add internal itinerary notes if you'd like, but it is optional. Next, we'll give this proposal a title. Enter the client's name and add proposed travel dates, although those fields aren't required. The only mandatory field is the lookbook title. If you've already created an introductory note about a beach honeymoon, you can search your content library and pull it in here. Once again, you don't have to include an introductory note, but if you'd like to, this is where you can do so. Now, in the lookbook inclusion section, simply type in the names of the pages that you'd like to include. This might be destination information, accommodation options, activities, or restaurant suggestions. The world really is your oyster when it comes to lookbooks. So let's jump back into our lookbook and give our client 2 different honeymoon destination options, each with 2 accommodation choices. First, we'll include destination information for the Maldives, along with 2 recommended hotels. Then we'll do the same for the Seychelles with 2 preferred properties. Click Next, and in just seconds, this proposal is fully built. The system even generates a map based on the properties and areas that you've included. So here's where we can personalize it. We can swap out photos using the Safari Portal Media Library, or we can upload our own. The system will automatically suggest images based on your inclusions, but you can always choose your own. Any image that you upload is saved to your personal media library for future use, and no one outside of your account will have access to it. So let's jump back into our lookbook and update some text. We'll change Property Portal to say Suggested Stay 4 nights. And let's also rename this hotel as Option 1. Now I'm going to add a fast fact here from the element library. Maybe a star icon labeled snorkeling highlights, since the client mentioned that they were interested in snorkeling. Now, once everything looks good, click Save, and you can also generate a PDF or Word version if needed. When you're ready to share, click Share. You can send it directly through Safari Portal by entering the client's name and email, or you can simply copy the link and send it via email, text, or WhatsApp. This is what the client sees. It looks premium, polished, and completely customized, yet it only took a few minutes to put together. It's also incredibly mobile friendly, both for your guests and for you. Just like I built this proposal from my computer, you can do the exact same thing from your phone while on the go. The best part? Within just minutes of that initial touch point with the client, you're able to share something that's completely tailored to them. Now, let's take a step back and see how this all comes together. Everything you build in Safari Portal starts in the content library. This is where you'll find the building blocks for all of your itineraries, lookbooks, and guest portals. It's pre-populated with thousands of professionally curated property pages, from hotels and lodges to villas and camps. There's also destination information, photos from major tourist destinations, and so much more. You can take anything from the content library and customize it for different audiences or seasons. You can also create new content from scratch, including activity pages, tour pages, and even miscellaneous pages like terms and conditions, about us pages, or pre-travel information pages. Once something is in your content library, you can reuse it anytime, so you never have to start from scratch. Itineraries are just as easy to create. You can pull in content, customize text and photos, and even attach PDFs, vouchers, e-tickets, and confirmations. Everything is accessible offline through our traveler-facing app. And when it's time to collect guest information, like passports, dietary preferences, emergency contacts, and so on, you can quickly build a guest portal. Your clients will have everything they need in one place, right at their fingertips. Once guests complete their forms, their information syncs automatically to their client profiles, and you can share their details with your DMCs and partners with a single click. When you're ready to invoice for planning fees or the full trip amount, create an invoice in seconds, automate payment reminders, and elevate your entire client experience, allowing your clients to instantly pay via credit card, bank wire, ACH, Ideal, or any alternate payment method of your choice through our seamless payment integrations. Payments will automatically update once paid, allowing you to easily track profitability and revenue at a glance. You can even manage all your supplier payments through our financials module as well. Want to stay on brand? That's totally possible. Create custom itinerary URLs, sync to your domain name, and let our design team create a suite of custom templates for you with your own brand fonts, colors, and styles. Want to take it a step further? Get your own custom traveler app too, totally branded with your company name, logo, brand fonts, colors, and style. Truly take your business to another level. It is all possible. Safari Portal takes you and your clients through the entire journey seamlessly. From sending out beautiful lookbooks in minutes to creating detailed itineraries, sharing pre-travel information, managing guest details, staying on top of tasks and payments, and providing an easy-to-use, mobile-friendly traveler app. So if you want to elevate your workflow to the next level, make sure that you sign up for your 14-day free Safari Portal trial today.
Rachel, hi.
Hi, Shayna.
Oh,
Sorry.
there we go. Yeah, no problem. I once won the award for always being on mute when I speak. Yeah, it's, I do it all the time.
It happens.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm really excited. I always like to share some commentary from within the comments first, and then I'm going to jump into, we've got about 7 minutes for some questions, if that works for you.
Sounds great. Let's get into it.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with some of the comments that we have. Is Safari Portal is a new platform to me, looking really nice, looks very professional, and add Safari Portal images to my list of things that I need in my business. So
great.
Just some great love. First question is, what features are you most proud of or that you think really stand out within the Safari Portal platform?
That's a great question. I mean, when we started Safari Portal, we really started out with a super myopic focus. The goal was always to be the best proposal software available, the most flexible, the most creative, that gives you the most freedom to be able to present yourself and communicate your own personality and expertise. And whilst that our focus is no longer so myopic, which I think you can gather from the video, we now offer operational functionality and tasks and contact management and financials and client payments and book now flows and tons of other things. But I think at its core, what really sets us apart is still that ability to present something that you spent a lot of time curating and that you want to be able to communicate that in a certain way. I think that it will always, I think, set us apart.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And yes, that's definitely very clear within your demo, which is a beautiful thing. I would love to know, talk about this client-facing app. I am super intrigued by that, or that app that you can white label. I think that's an incredible feature that you have. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So by default, anything that you create within Safari Portal, whether it's a lookbook or an itinerary or a guest portal, will automatically sync to the traveler-facing app, which is called Travel Portal. If you want to take your brand to the next level, we've got two options for you. One is we can create custom templates for you so that the itineraries, lookbooks, guest portals themselves are totally branded to you. So with your own brand fonts, your own colors, styles, everything, that the idea being that it feels like a natural extension of your website. And then to take that even a step further, rather than those proposals syncing to the default sort of generic travel portal app, which was designed not to be brandy, like it's designed just to still showcase your own brand, but you can actually have your own app. So you can have your own app in the App Store with your company name, your company fonts, colors, styles, all of it, so that the entire customer journey, like everything is just you. Like Safari Portal's nowhere in that. We're not in the URL. We're not, we're just the mechanism for you to shine.
Yeah, you're just powering it.
Yeah.
Which that I know how important that is to advisors, that their brand is what the clients are seeing. So I think that is fantastic. Barbara wants to know how long you've been in business.
Yeah, I had the idea for Safari Portal in March 2020 when the world shut down. Hired a dev team in October 2020, and we launched in July 2021. So 4 years, a little bit more than 4 years. We have thousands of advisors using us. There are dozens of 5-star reviews you can find. We're making waves, I think.
Yes, you absolutely are. I know you and I spoke even before I came to Host Agency Reviews. Also, if you want to go check out reviews, you want to go learn more about them, we have linked the Safari Portal directory on Host Agency Reviews in the comments. Absolutely go check them out. And also, as you think of more questions, as you either rewatch or if you're watching the recording after the fact, because I know a lot of you have come back and watched the recordings of the last few days as well, definitely submit questions directly to Rachel and the team. I would love, Rachel, just give us a background of yourself, because I think a lot of these platforms sometimes are developed by those that don't come from the travel industry. So I think it'd be interesting for you to let our audience know a little bit about you.
Yeah, that's a great question. How much time do we have, Shayna?
We've got 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll talk fast.
Okay.
So obviously I'm American. I'm originally from New York. In 2010, I was invited to go on a safari. Last minute, somebody had backed out of this trip, and I got the call, what am I doing next week? And ended up traveling. So I got the call on a Friday, flew to Kenya on Monday, and was on safari by Tuesday. Ended up falling in love with my safari guide, and I essentially never went home after that trip. I stayed in Kenya. We got married 2 years later. We built a house on the edge of Nairobi National Park. At some point during that period, I realized that I needed a job. And my husband very graciously offered me an unpaid position running his boutique safari company. So I've been in the high-end travel industry for over 15 years, doing in the trenches with you, doing all the things, liaising with clients, liaising with suppliers, building proposals. And because we're a really small boutique travel company, we don't do any marketing. Everything is word of mouth. And so for us, we really wanted to feel like if we had an inquiry, that we were putting everything we possibly could into that proposal to close that deal. So to me, that proposal point is the most important inflection point in the sales process, because ultimately that's where somebody's going to decide to hit the proverbial buy button or not. And so before Safari Portal, I was spending hours manually crafting using Canva or Pages, these proposals that could communicate why we were spending so much time designing the trips the way that we were. And when COVID came around, realized that I had an opportunity in terms of time to design something that not only could help me and our small little company, but potentially others out there like us, that where that design, aesthetic, branding piece is really important to them.
Yeah, I think, and yeah, you hit it just under 3 minutes on the mark. So nicely done. Rita will be very happy on our team. She loves being on time. So do I actually. But also what I love is that you're building something for the industry that you come from, that you still work in, that you know, that's your background. And I think that that's a wonderful thing. And I think our audience, you know, think about that too, is that you have a platform that's built by somebody who does what you do.
Yes.
So.
And not only me, like our entire team is from within the travel industry. And I think that that's feedback that we get a lot, is like, when you have a question, you're not getting a support person on the end of it. You're getting somebody else who has been in your shoes, who understands the challenges you're facing.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Rachel, for joining us. As a reminder, Safari Portal, their link is in the comments. Please go back and view their profile and ask them any questions that you would like. All right, we are on to the final 4 of the day. So please welcome for demo number 11 and our daily sponsor from yesterday, Travel Industry Solutions.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sheila Folk, CEO and founder of Travel Industry Solutions, and I'm also a travel advisor just like you. So your agency faces unprecedented risks from every direction. One unprotected transaction, one unclear contract, or one fraudulent booking can literally devastate your business. That's the reality travel professionals are dealing with today. TIS was built to close those gaps. We provide comprehensive protection that covers every vulnerability, from legal agreements to communication to secure payments to fraud prevention. Our goal is simple: to give you the confidence and peace of mind to focus on what you do best, creating incredible travel experiences for your clients. Before we jump into the live demo, I want to walk you through a few key and vital points that set the stage for why this matters so much. The stakes are higher than ever. The massive scale of annual travel transactions worldwide creates enormous exposure to the tune of $3 trillion. Annual losses from chargebacks are at $150 billion, and many of those could have been prevented with proper protection. The majority of chargebacks and fraud originate from remote transactions, or what we call card not present fraud. And agencies without strong policies experience significantly higher dispute rates. I built an $8 million travel agency in 2 years with just 2 people. After experiencing the challenges of managing chargebacks and fraud firsthand, I realized there was a critical need for better protection and streamlined operations within the travel industry. This journey led to the creation of TIS, a solution built from the ground up to address these pain points directly. We offer 4 pillars of complete protection, including travel-specific contracts that evolve with changing laws, that are written in plain English for clarity and enforceability, enterprise-grade security that eliminates risky practices like emailed credit cards and unsecured transactions, We use advanced algorithms that detect suspicious activity and provide you a risk rating on the credit card that you've collected before you commit that payment to the supplier, which is super critical. And finally, pre-built templates and intake forms that set proper expectations and prevent costly misunderstandings, as well as education to help you navigate the complexities of this industry. Now, let me show you TIS in action, as well as how simple and easy it is to get started. After you've chosen your TIS membership plan, you're going to be redirected to our web application. You're going to first be prompted to set up your two-factor authentication and then to set up your agency profile. We ask you questions about your business setup in 3 screens. This information is used to dynamically create all of your legal contracts on demand, as well as merge key critical agency information into a lot of the email workflows and forms. Once you work through that process, click complete. Then your contracts are ready to go. So you're going to navigate over to the left side of the screen to your master templates. This is where you'll find all of your legal agreements that are available to you underneath your plan. You have the ability to save as a personalized template. You can view the document, download the document, or execute right within the TIS platform. If you choose to execute within the TIS platform, simply choose Execute. You're going to enter in the amount of the payment authorization for your customer. So let's say you want them to authorize $2,400. Enter in the name of the trip, a memo, and then upload any files that you want to send to your customer. We are not charging your customer's credit card. This is simply a secure way to collect that credit card information from your customer. And then, of course, once they receive this client agreement to sign, they'll also enter their card into the system, and then we will scan that card in real time for fraud. So you're going to send the document to your customer. They get an email. They click on a link. They sign the document. They enter their credit card information. They are notified. You are notified. And you can also come back into your dashboard, into your customer record, and quickly preview the credit card information and the signed agreement. You'll find on the right-hand side of the screen, there is a detailed audit trail. It includes anything that they've clicked on or downloaded or agreed to. It's also embedded inside of the document. And then furthermore, you can view the billing details. When you come in to view the billing details, this is where we're going to deliver that fraud risk rating to you. If the score does come back low, we tell you what it means and we give you additional steps and guidance so that you are not caught in a bind making payments to suppliers and then having to repay that money back to the suppliers. And of course, you can reveal the full credit card details, including the CVV code. If you're using external contracts, let's say you've gotten contracts done by your attorney, you can also add your own contracts here and use the system similar to a DocuSign, as well as collect payment card information and have that payment card run through our fraud checks. Furthermore, we have a host of email workflows, everything that you could possibly need or imagine for your proposals, for your booking, for your follow-up, for groups. You can sort by type and download by type, or you can simply pick and choose the ones that you want for your business. In addition to all of the email workflows, we offer a host of client touch points that you can attach to those email workflows or send separate to your customer. These are all editable, so you can add your logo, change the colors, change the images. You'll also find a host of forms that you can use inside of your business around groups. We have traveler forms, we have booking forms, intake forms, checklists, you name it. So you can use the search tool on the top right, or you can search by the type to reveal what is available to you. In addition to all of the forms and the workflows, we offer an extensive library of training and guides, anything from qualifying your clients, how to find clients, all of the information around the DOT ruling last year, choosing the perfect agency name, accessible travel, growing your agency. So you'll find a host of topics under our guides and training section. In addition, we do partner with a third party on bookkeeping and tax prep services for the US and Canada. You can simply schedule a call with one of their team members, and you could take advantage of a one-time transaction or ongoing bookkeeping services. Finally, we have partnered with the Ment Law Group. They begin where we end. So if you do need things like LLC setup, seller of travel setup, IATA, ARC, TIS members do get preferred hourly rates by the Ment Law Group. And then finally, we've partnered with Suitcase Designs to offer website build and maintenance services. Now, one more key piece to the TIS platform is actually our website codes. So I mentioned earlier that we do monitor laws. We keep our agreements up to date as laws change, but we also offer technology so you can embed this JavaScript code on your website. And when we make updates to these policies, they will update automatically to your website while you sleep. If you are a TIS member, you do get 50% off of any group travel product bundles. So if you're operating on a net basis or a gross basis for groups, you simply have to reach out to our team and receive the 50% off code. And then we also offer the first destination wedding bundle. So it does include the wedding couple contract as well as the traveler terms and conditions. So I hope you've gotten a good sense of how the TIS platform works. You can certainly schedule a demo with us anytime, a live demo, by going to our website at travelindustrysolutions.com and clicking on Schedule Demo on the top left. Before you make any decisions on legal solutions for your travel agency, I want you to understand that the math speaks for itself. The average loss of a chargeback is $5,480. An annual TIS membership starts at $429. So it's certainly worth the investment at $1.17 per day. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. As I mentioned earlier, you can schedule a demo on our website. Please don't wait for the next chargeback, dispute, or fraudulent transaction to devastate your business. TIS provides you all of the protection your travel agency needs to thrive today. So I hope that you join the growing community of thousands of travel professionals who have chosen TIS for their business protection and operational solutions.
Hello.
Hey.
How are
I had to
you?
unmute myself. Sorry about that.
I know you are not the first and you will not be the last.
I feel like I have a little bit of a lag here or something.
Yeah, it does lag a little bit it doesn't seem like it lags for the audience, so do not worry. But we are live. And thank you so much. I have to tell you that I got a big whoa in big letters in the middle of in the middle of the demo. I got wow, website build too. This is so incredible. Like the comments have been going off. And also because what you do is so different from what everyone else is doing. So there's been a lot of excitement. So thank you for doing this. It's not the sexy stuff, if you will, but the absolutely compulsory stuff that you need for your business. So
yeah, I just finished writing an article for one of the trade magazines because I do a lot of writing for them. And it's actually a true story that just happened. And it's really about how fraud alerts are arriving days later. They're not warnings, they're really like post-mortems. And that agencies really need proactive fraud defense at the point of capture, not like reactive cleanup. And so now with TIS, advisors finally have a way to protect themselves before that fraud hits, not only with that fraud detection, but the contracts, the audit trails, and the communication that help with the defense against chargebacks or friendly fraud. So stolen card fraud and friendly fraud. It's just crazy what happened to us in TIS. I mean, truly amazing. Like, payment went through October 3rd. We weren't notified until October 12th, a Sunday, of potential fraud. I refunded it Monday, and by then it was too late. The bank rejected it and the chargeback was initiated. So think about when you're making payments to suppliers using cards that were provided to you from travelers, and by the time the supplier finds out or knows about it, because they're probably not looking every day like we look, it's too late. Like, they've dinged your host agency and your host agency is now dinging you for it, or if you're independent, they're coming straight to you. So I always like to say that it's really a multi-pronged approach to protection, and so that's why I built TIS.
Yeah, and it's incredible to me that, for everybody listening, there are very few, if any, that do what you do. And to me, this is such a necessity. So it's a beautiful thing. I have a few questions. We got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
I've got some commentary too. My TIS contracts give me peace of mind knowing that these contracts are ironclad. I love it. What did somebody else say? When I started using their contracts, it was such a great investment for someone starting. I wish I was using more of their offers, so they will be now. Okay, guys, I need questions. Enough with all the love. But no,
that's okay. We like the love too. We do like the love.
I love the love. I love the love. But I do have some questions. No, I love the love. Thank you. We love all the love in the comments. So from Lane, I have most CRMs have credit card authorizations, but of course there's a lot more to what you do. Do you integrate with any of the CRMs?
Yeah, so let me just address this. There are many, many great CRMs in the marketplace that offer authorizations. There is not one in the industry that actually scans for fraud at the credit card vault level, except for us, period. It doesn't exist until now. Our plan is, and it has been our plan for a while, to integrate with the CRMs, but we've got a lot of things at play here. Technology always takes a little bit longer. When we're ready, they're not, because they're focusing on a particular, improvement to their tech stack, or when they're ready, we're not quite ready. But we have ongoing conversations with the CRMs. We all are on the same page. We want to be able to integrate in real time. I can tell you that we are actively building an integration framework right now to make it easier based on the tech stack of a few different players in the market.
Fantastic. And for everyone, we've linked a few times to Travel Industry Solutions profile on host agency reviews, as well as their website directly. When there's that update to share, you will see it on HAR first or second, but we'll be as quick as possible. But you will see it there. We will make sure to let everybody within our community know. Before I do let you go, I do want to ask you a question. So who do you work with to create all these legal documents? I think that's important for our audience to know.
Oh, yeah. So my partner's a lawyer. He's been on the ground in over 100 countries and represents some of the biggest travel tech companies in the world, in the airline space primarily. I am an agency owner. And so I take what I believe is practical and what we need inside of our agency and how we actually work and communicate that to my partner who manages the legal team that we engage. So we do have a legal team in Canada and we have a legal team in the US, and they are experts in specific areas of law. So we work with a labor law or employment law attorney for anything that is employment related. Travel law we do in-house, and then of course privacy law is also handled partially in-house and partially engaged with a firm that handles this. And now we actually have a further partnership with the Ment Law Group.
Yes.
So we are, Jeff and I sit on a lot of panels together. He loves what we're doing, and he can be a complete extension of what we don't offer. So we love him so much. And so that has recently been solidified.
So do I. And if none of you, if any of you haven't seen them on a panel together, I would highly, highly recommend it. But speaking of, I'm going to go from panels to podcasts because Sheila always joins us quite frequently on our Friday 15, which if anyone listening doesn't know, this is our 15-minute podcast every Friday where we answer 3 of your questions, which you can submit. Abby's going to link this because Sheila's joining us again in a few weeks. We also just had her a couple weeks ago as well. Definitely episodes that you want to watch. And we want to make sure you join us, and you can submit any and all of your questions that you have after this as well. Sheila, love you. Thank you for joining us. This has been an absolute pleasure. And everyone, please go back and watch because this is a product that is not out there that you haven't seen before, but incredibly vital to your business.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Demo number 11. Here we go. Thank you to Travel Industry Solutions, and let's move on to APG.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining our session here on Tech Week. Happy to be here and happy to show you this tool that we've developed so that anybody can make bookings in the travel business and profit from it, especially on the airline side, that we also offer hotel and flight packages and train and various other things. Let me just tell you about APG, which stands for Airline Promotion Group. It's a 30-year-old company based in Paris that has been involved with the airlines for years. Typically, we represent to the wholesale travel industry 200 airlines at any one point. We have offices in 110 countries, and we have a lot of distribution products, mainly focused on the GDS and airlines that want to be in the GDS. I work for the USA branch, so our focus is helping bring airlines from other countries here to the United States and showing agents how to sell them. What we're here today to talk about is our NDC platform, which we call APG Direct Connect. We currently have 44 carriers with a web portal that you can access to sell those carriers. Now, the carriers are shown here, and I'm happy to say not on this list, because it's so new, are 5 carriers from Lufthansa. So in addition to the carriers you see here, we have 5 Lufthansa brands as well. And coming soon, Kenya Airways and about 150 carriers with GDS content. So that's the same content that you would get when you went to Expedia or Priceline or Kayak, though we've direct connected with them, and we're going to put their content here in this platform. Let me show you how easy it is to use this. The website address is here, apgplatform.com. You put that in. Now, I can supply a test login. If anybody wants to try this, just contact me after. But for now, we'll use my login. And let me also mention that we have 2 ways to access this. Through the web portal, which will work with any browser, and it'll work globally, or we have an API. which would be a direct connect feed to someone else's platform. For example, if you have a website that you wanted clients to allow clients to make their own bookings, we could feed the content to your platform. The other thing I want to mention to you is you can see here now we've got, as far as our content, we've got content which is lower in price than the GDSs, Sabre and Apollo, for big carriers and for small carriers. So for carriers like Air France and Air Canada and American Airlines and British Airways, typically any platform will have those NDCs. Those airlines have made it very easy to connect and supply. What's kind of unique for APG Direct Connect are all these little carriers: Jeju, Jetstar. The Jeju is Korea. Jetstar, Indigo in India, KLM, that's a bigger one. Pegasus in Turkey. And my point being that for a lot of programs and portals and a lot of OTAs, it's much too expensive to connect to these small carriers because of the volumes they represent. But we've gone ahead and done that so that it's as easy for an agent or a social media influencer that wants to be an agent or a group leader or independent contractor to sell one of these small exotic carriers as it is to sell, for example, American Airlines. So we go to this website and we click login, and we're presented with the availability screen, and it's so easy. We've got flight, hotel, and train, and we select from that. For example, a flight. Let's do a one-way. There's a little demonstration. We're going to do JFK to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, right? And let's just pick a day, the 18th of November, for one adult, no children. We can choose from first, business, premium, or economy, and search. While it's searching, let me tell you that we have a page here called Airline Functionalities, which will tell you what functions are available on each one of these airlines. Because with some airlines, you can make changes in the platform. With some airlines, you can put flights on hold for 24 hours without payment. For others, you can't. It's instant purchasing. And it all depends on the level of functionality that an airline has put out there for developers like us to connect to. So we can see that our New York to Paris search has come back with Air Canada, American, Iberia, Finnair. What else? All these airlines, right, have returned a result, but we're really only interested in nonstop. And for example, let's look at Air France, which actually has 80 results in our display. So if we click Air France and we drill down, let's see what they have to offer. Air France least expensive fare is $304.56 one way, right, on a flight that leaves at 4:30 from Kennedy, nonstop, arrives 7 hours and 15 minutes later at 5:45 Paris time. And by looking at this return, what you can see is this fare includes a cabin bag, a personal item, a cabin bag, and no check bags. It's economic. So to find out more, we can click here on this I button and see exactly what's offered. So a cabin accessory, in other words, a personal item, a roll-on bag, but not included is check bag. So there'll be an additional fee for that collected at the airport, at time of check-in. So if our client is interested in this $304.56, we would click here on See More Offers. And you're presented here with the different fare families. We've got Light, which is what has been selected, Standard, which includes all the other items and a check bag, Standard Extra SAF. That let's see what the difference is. One cabin accessory, cabin baggage, check bag. It is changeable, I'm guessing. I don't see it listed here. But all of these things between 304 and 488 represent various fares of changeability, refundability, and baggage allowance, right? So, for example, if we stick with our 304.56 and we select it, what we have here, okay, is a further explanation and offering. So we're reconfirming our flight in this light class, and the next step would be seat selection. The seat map is instantly turned on. Well, let's see. We'll pick, there's an additional charge for these seats on Air France. I don't see any free seats at all in this fare family, so we will just pick one here, 44J. So our seats have been assigned without having to leave the platform and go to the Air France website. That is unique, and it's different and convenient, and for you there are no other charges. I think you might find on other platforms to assign a seat is considered a transaction and a fee is added. So with APG we do have a fee which is $10 or 1% of the total ticket, whichever is greater. So on this fare the fee would be $10, but that is the only fee that the agent will ever pay. And you can either pass that on to the client or you can pay it yourself. It depends on how it works. The next section, the luggage section, advises you that your ticket does not include luggage. If you wanted to add a bag, you would do it here. We won't wait for that to load. Other services, meals, SSRs, petting cabin, all those things can be booked here on this banner. And this kind of functionality is similar to what agents have been using in the GDS for 65 years. Now we brought it out of the GDS and onto this all-in-one tool, right? Where all these things can be done to dozens of carriers in the same way that you can book carriers on their website, but we brought them all together. This section is unique for booking tools, and what it is the agency fees or markup section. So for example, perhaps your client has told you that they're willing to spend up to $400 on this ticket. You just got this ticket for $340.67. So what you could do is add $59, right, USD, and now the client is going to pay $399.67. He is happy with the price that you got him, and you are happy because you made $60 on this ticket. Next, we will add passenger information and select insurances. So we have different levels of insurance, and you can read the interruption coverage, guarantees, cancellation, but you can get cancellation insurance for $13.98. All you've got to do is click here, and your passenger is covered for serious illness, epidemics, etc., up to $50,000 per person and $150,000 per event. Let's see. All you've got to do is click that, or I do not want insurance for this trip, and skip it. So let's add it for peace of mind for our client. And that's another thing you can say. If your passenger were to say to you, a friend of mine got this same ticket for $350, you could say, well, your fare includes insurance, because we sell insurance and recommend it for all of our traveling clients, because after the pandemic, you never know what's going to happen. At this point, we've reached the payment section, and we just add a name. Very similar to using Expedia, loyalty programs. We include, so it tells you the total price right here, the flight, the taxes, the agency fee is what you've marked up, right? So this is yours, this $59. Insurance was $13.98, right? Total taxes $162.38, right? Meaning that this fare will cost the passenger $413.66. That includes all the taxes and your very valuable handling fees, right? For your services. Air France is one of these carriers where you can book now and issue later, or you can book and issue now. And that is the difference between, for example, using a wholesale focused tool versus using Expedia, right? Or kayak.com or kiwi.com. Those are instant ticketing. But on this tool, we tell you that with Air France and other carriers, this must be ticketed by tomorrow, by the 10th. So you've got a day and a half by 1:59 UTC -4, which is Greenwich Mean Time, -4 hours. Somebody do the calculation on that. Well, I think it's about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're going to go ahead and book this. Oops, I forgot something. Very important, passport information, right? And day of birth. We need that. Let's try that again. Okay, and now we wait for this reservation to be generated on the Air France side and come back through the portal with a confirmation. What's really interesting about our platform, and I see this all day long, right? I just had an agent sell a family of 3, Miami, Paris, Athens, and back, and added a $330 markup to each passenger. So this very clever agent added a cruise to their itinerary and sold the whole thing as a bundle. So it was air, hotel, and cruise. He marked it up $1,000. The really beautiful thing about our platform is that we will return to you your markup in twice a month. So on the 15th and the 30th, we check to see who has sold what, gather up the funds, and ACH them back to you. So 2 times a month, you're going to get paid whatever you've marked this up, right? $1,000 is pretty unique. Most of the time, it's 100 here, 100 there. But if you're doing this every day and you're selling in the GDS, you should check similar itineraries on our tool and see if our price is less than what you've already quoted. If it is, ticket it here, mark up the difference, everybody is happy. I see I've run out of time, but we've got our booking here. It's confirmed. The ticket issue is pending, and all we have to do is click this button, View Issue PNR, and issue the ticket. You can get a copy of the itinerary and the invoice to the client, and as I said, your markup fees are squirreled away to be returned to you in 14 days. I'm so happy that you guys have taken a moment to view this. Let's have a question and answer session.
Hi, Jeff. How are you? Oh, you're muted.
Very good, Shayna. Very nice to be here. Thank you for having us.
Well, thank you all for being here. And thank you for answering the questions in the comments. So, I mean, that's always great. We love that. And it's good because I think we only have a couple minutes. But I definitely have a question for you. Can you tell me something that makes your platform different from other airline booking platforms for advisors?
Well, one of the things is the support. We have an office in New York and agents throughout the country, actually about 10 of them that add the human touch. So if there's an issue, for example, with a credit card or with a schedule change and an advisor needs help, they get it locally from their local rep, in addition to our support desk in Paris. So that's the human touch that goes along with the technology.
Wonderful. We like it's important. You want the tech, but you want the human connection as well. And for everyone listening, if you want to go view yesterday, that's all we talked about was tech and the human connection. I have a question from Sammy. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Is the total price reflected on the ticket?
The ticket reflects the base fare, the taxes, and that is all, right? The total price is in the actual credit card charge and on the invoice that is sent to the passenger. And that would include whatever agency fees are added to the ticket.
Perfect. And that's the most important part, is essentially what's being sent to the client is actually the full total price. Absolutely. I do have a comment before I let you go. I do have a comment from Cheryl saying this is a fantastic tool I will definitely use. You did answer our other questions, which is great, but just in case anyone missed this, I do want to reiterate, is this a self-register site, or do we have to sign up with APG through our host agency?
Well, that's a great question. On that link I put in there, there's a register link where you fill out some information about who you are and your business. That goes to Paris. They return it to us. And then we'll have a conversation, a quick call, and then we approve it. They issue an agreement, which after it is signed, a day later, you have access. You have credentials and you can start booking.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I know this was short and sweet, but we got a lot of time to see your platform, which is incredibly important to everybody. We have linked to APG so that you can go register if you like, or if you want to learn more. And if you have any questions for Jeff or the team, you can email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com, and we will absolutely forward them along for you. All right, we're moving into the final two demos of the day. So we're very, very excited for demo number 13 and to welcome one of our fantastic weekly sponsors, Cruise Planners.
At Cruise Planners, we don't just imagine what a modern travel business could look like. We built the tech that makes it real, and we've put it in the hands of thousands of travel franchise owners across the country. Hi, I'm Brian Schultz, Chief Information Officer here at Cruise Planners, the most awarded travel agency franchise in the industry. Behind the scenes, empowering our network of over 3,000 travel advisors is our technology platform. At its core is CP Max, our proprietary CRM and business management tool. Whether you're dreaming of starting a travel business that lets you work from anywhere or already running one, this session will show you how to use technology to give our advisors the competitive edge to succeed from anywhere. And if you're not familiar with the CRM or customer relationship management system, it's what helps you stay organized, allows you to track your clients, track your sales, and run your business efficiently all in one place. But CP Max is more than just a CRM. Every feature has been shaped by real feedback from our advisors through our Agent Technology Advisory Board and everyday conversations with our network. That means it's not just powerful, it's practical. From navigation to automation, it's designed to make your life easier and your business more successful. We know what it takes to be a successful travel advisor. You have to juggle travel logistics, deal with your payment deadlines, and just overall manage your client relationships each and every day. CP Max was built to lighten that load so you can focus on growing your business and inspiring travel. And because our advisors are always on the move, CP Max is fast, mobile-friendly, and works seamlessly across all your devices. Whether you're at home, traveling, or even working from your favorite coffee shop, it's built to keep up with you. One of the things our advisors love most about CP Max is our full integration with all of our systems, saving them valuable time. So our features like Search Anything lets you instantly find anything, a client name, a reservation, a sales opportunity, just by typing in a keyword. No digging, no delays, just fast, organized access to everything that you need. Another favorite is buckets. Think of them as digital folders where you can save destination research, itineraries, and inspiration for each client. It's like a curated travel wish list that keeps up with everything in one place and ready to go when your client is. These are just a few of the ways that CP Max helps you work smarter and stay one step ahead, giving you more time to focus on what really matters, building relationships and creating unforgettable travel experiences. What really takes CP Max to the next level is how smart it is. We've built artificial intelligence right into the platform through features like Max Intelligence and Ask Max, designed to help you make better decisions faster. Now, Max Intelligence is your built-in business assistant. Whether you need help crafting a social media post or beefing up your bio, Max Intelligence is your go-to resource for all content generation. Also, it's a great tool to help you with research and recommendations. And when you have a question or need help finding something, just ask Max. It's our AI-powered assistant that helps you navigate the system and get answers instantly. Think of it as having a tech-savvy teammate on call 24/7. These tools aren't just impressive, they're practical. They help automate the busy work, give you insights that drive real growth, and free you up to do more of what you love. We built CP Max to be more than just a platform. It's a partner, the result of years of collaboration, innovation, and a deep understanding of what it takes to thrive as a travel entrepreneur. It reflects how our franchise owners actually run their businesses, which is why we train you to use the right tools at every stage of your workflow. The result? More freedom, more confidence, more time to grow. Even if you have zero experience in the travel industry, Cruise Planners gives you a system that's already built for success. No guesswork, no tech headaches, just everything you need to work smarter, scale faster, and sell unforgettable travel experiences from anywhere in the world. Because we believe in your potential, and we've engineered the system so that you can dream bigger, reach further, and do more of what you love without the tech getting in the way. This is a technology made for entrepreneurs. This is how Cruise Planners keeps you ahead of the curve, and this is why our advisors don't just compete, they lead.
Hi everyone, I hope you enjoyed Brian's walkthrough of CP Max, and as he mentioned, it's designed to make your life easier and your business more efficient. Now we're excited to be a part of HAR Wired Travel Tech Week and to show you exactly what Cruise Planners brings to the table. I'm Anthony Burke, Senior Manager of Training and Development. Today we'll create a cruise sheet in CP Max, and along the way, I'll highlight how tools like Max Intelligence answers questions in real time. A cruise sheet is a quoting tool that shares cruise details like itinerary, ship, stateroom, and pricing, and may allow clients to book directly or view excursions. Now, before you start, know your client. Our client today is Delilah and her husband, who wants to celebrate Thanksgiving differently this year, wants to do it with a cruise. So they like to sail to Bahamas from their home port, which is the Port of Miami. All right, so let's see what we can find. Well, let's open CP Max, and from the Quick Actions menu at the top, select Find a Cruise. Delilah's interested in Virgin Voyages, so we'll choose that brand. Now, once your results are displayed, you'll see the specials available. Next, let's click Add Cruise Sheet. Here, I'll use Max Intelligence to draft a message for Delilah. Now remember, Max Intelligence isn't just another AI tool. It's trained with supplier data and industry knowledge, so it's accurate for travel-specific needs. All right, so I'm gonna say, draft a short, warm, personalized message to my client Delilah, letting her know about the highlights of Virgin Voyages Scarlet Lady. Keep the tone professional, yet friendly. Now, once I've reviewed my draft and add my personal touches, I'm gonna select Generate Content. All right, next let's move on to passenger details. We're gonna add the number of travelers. Delilah's 39 and her husband is 48. And now we're gonna retrieve available rate options. All right, now once the rate code options populate, you can select up to 5. And I'm gonna select instant savings and best price. Okay, so here you'll see cabin rates for your clients. In this example, Delilah decided to go with the Sea View guarantee, so we're gonna go ahead and select that. With eConnect, you can access pricing and availability from every major cruise line, as well as managing a reservation all in one place. Simple, efficient, and stress-free for you and your clients. All right, so here you're able to add who the cruise sheet was created for. This is where you're able to personalize a cruise sheet. So maybe you want to put something like the newlyweds, the honeymooners, okay, my Virgin Voyagers. You can add that there. And again, being that it's personalized, you can put whatever you want, whatever floats your boat, no pun intended. Now, I can also use Max Intelligence to draft an email for this cruise sheet that my clients are going to receive. Mind you, this is going to be different than the message that we drafted earlier when we created this cruise sheet in the beginning. All right, so now I'm going to look for Delilah's name under the recipient search. I'm going to select her name, and I'm going to save and preview. And this is going to allow me to get a preview of the cruise sheet showing all the details that we entered. Everything we've entered is now polished for your client. Personalized message from Max Intelligence, itinerary, departure port, destinations, arrival times, and map views, and everything and so much more. And your clients can actually book directly on the cruise sheet that you just prepared, making their life simple and seamless for you. Now, once they book, you're going to receive an email and a CP Max notification. Thousands of advisors rely on CP Max daily. Now, backed by a dedicated tech team, home office staff of 150 professionals in technology, business development, and marketing, that means that you get to focus on what matters most, connecting with your clients. Thanks for joining me. My name is Anthony. Have a great day and happy selling.
Hey, Anthony, how's it going?
It's going great. How's it going, Shayna?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. We've got, you know what the beautiful thing is, we got some great questions. We've got some time with you. So thank you for joining us. I know it's the end of day Friday, but demo day has been a ton of fun. So
awesome. And thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, our pleasure. Thank you. Just for everybody in the comments, we have linked Cruise Planner's profile or their directory on hostagencyreviews.com, so you can absolutely go and check them out. So I have a few questions for you. So can you confirm that CP Max is available to cruise planners, franchisees, advisors? Essentially, it's just available if you are part of Cruise Planners, correct? Oh, I think we just lost you for a second.
Yes, that is correct. It's
Okay,
only available to CP. Yes.
Perfect. So with that comes actually my first question, but my second question. So we've got some newer advisors online with us. We've got some existing ones, but aside from the technology side of it, what would you say sets Cruise Planners apart as a franchise type of agency that would make some of the advisors listening now want to join Cruise Planners?
All right. Well, outside of the tech, I would tell you the support that our advisors get on every level, no matter what level you're on, whether you're what we call a new star, someone that's new to the game, or someone that's been in the game, 10, 15, 20 years, we definitely have support for you guys. We have a dedicated care team, support team that is versed in almost everything Cruise Planners. So any questions you may have regarding anything Cruise Planners, that team is there to take care of. Our business development team, our marketing team, just the amount of support that the advisors get, the training, I'd say it's kind of crazy. So yeah.
I know. Hey, I love it. I think I've mentioned this a few times today. I'm all about the support and supporting your staff. And I think that that's such a beautiful thing. What does CP Max connect with or have integrations with any other outside platforms?
Does CP Max integrate with outside platforms? Well, CP Max has integrations with like API connections with let's say like Fora Travel. So like maybe like our destination guides, it will connect with them to deliver information, whether you're creating a page or even just sending a destination guide to a client. But we have a lot of API calls within Max that lets you pretty much get the job done. But for the most part, everything is kind of self-contained that we built for them.
Wow, incredible. Our two favorite letters, AI. How is AI influencing your tech and new developments, if there's anything that you'd like to share with what Cruise Planners is doing?
How AI? Well, AI has been a major influence, obviously, since it came out. We're like one of the first to kind of get there and make it available to our advisors. And I can say with the recent changes that we've made in terms of bringing our system to the cloud, we're going to be able to scale our AI in ways that we couldn't have before. As of right now, it is one of our most popular tools. Our agents are using it every day. That's Ask Max Intelligence, to build their website pages, create content, Just tons and tons of things, man, and we got so much more coming with this new upgrade to the cloud.
Oh, I love that. I always love to know what's coming. It's one of the best things I think about on host agency reviews. If I'm gonna give ourselves a little bit of love, is that I know Cruise Planners is consistently updating their directory. And so their directory is always up to date with what's coming out, what's new. Shout out to Eric on your team who is consistently doing that. So I know, and also your wonderful CIO, who we saw on the video, is actually speaking on a panel that I'm moderating in a couple weeks for the Travel Trends Summit, where we're talking about AI. So really excited. I'm really excited to have Brian there for that as well. If you don't know about that event, it is now available for you complimentary. Go check it out on our events page. And like I said, Brian, who was the first half of the video, will be there with me as well. So that'll be fun.
Hey, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I just met with him the other day to go over the panel, so super excited. All right, I have, where's my other question? Oh, here. What kinds of tools are you finding that your advisors are asking the most for right now? And is Cruise Planners prioritizing these to make them available, or have you just developed them? So what are you finding advisors are asking for?
Boy, you know,
everything.
I'm finding. No, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. With like we actually have an inbox that's heavily managed that we allow all of our advisors to send like their ideas and things that they want to see, and it ranges. Like different franchisees have different like needs, but for the most part, AI has kind of been like the big thing right now. Like with like big one that we just actually rolled out into development to where when you get a confirmation from a vendor, we got AI that can actually break down that confirmation and upload that confirmation into our CRM system without the advisor having to do too much of anything really. And that's just one of the little things that we're doing. And that's just one little thing that they're asking for. And now that again that we've uploaded and upgraded our system to the cloud, we can create AI tools that we couldn't have done before. So like, yeah, I guess they just want more. They want more AI. They want more AI.
Well, to be honest, it sounds like that's exactly what you're doing for them. So I love it, and I cannot wait to speak with Brian more on it in a few weeks. But thank you, Anthony, so much for joining us. Thank you for the beautiful demo for CP Max and Cruise Planners. Super exciting. And also for everyone listening, we are moving into our last demo of the day. So this is very exciting. Thank you for joining us. I know so many of you have been online all day. For anyone watching this back, I hope that you're enjoying seeing these back to back so that you can compare and contrast and see what's going to work best for your business. I am very excited to welcome us. They are last, but they are certainly not least. Please welcome OnSpot.
Hi, I'm Ben, the founder and CEO of OnSpot. My journey in travel began as a young agent in Paris, where I dedicated my passion and energy to designing unforgettable trips. But once my clients reached their destination, I realized that nobody was really carrying that same level of care and personalization. That frustration pushed me at age 23 to leave France for California and build what would become the OnSpot Travel Group. OnSpot is a travel tech company designed to solve one of the biggest challenges in our industry: traveler care. We believe the future of travel isn't about competing on products, but service. As a travel brand, your strongest competitive advantage is how well you care for your travelers, how you make them feel. That's why we built something different. We created a system where smart technology meets real human assistance. Behind our platform stands a global network of local travel experts we call spotters. They are the heartbeats of OnSpot, ensuring every traveler feels supported, safe, and cared for in real time. At the center of this ecosystem is TripFlow, our white label mobile app. Think of it as a personal agent in your pocket, proactively looking after every traveler and delivering an unmatched in-destination experience. For agency partners, this means stronger loyalty, higher satisfaction, and new revenue opportunities without the operational burden. At OnSpot, our vision is simple yet very powerful: to set a new global standard for traveler assistance, where technology amplifies the human touch instead of replacing it. We're building the future of travel care, and would love for you to be part of it.
Hi everyone, I'm Matt, CTO at OnSpot. OnSpot brings Silicon Valley best practices to the travel industry, so your technology feels fast, simple, and trustworthy, and your service becomes your superpower. In travel, tools often create noise, scattered systems, endless alerts, and your team's stuck solving issues. We design the opposite: one connected platform that quietly does the heavy lifting and lets your team shine. This is OnSpot Connect, the place where your team inputs trips and handles support. Think of it like God mode, but for care. You see every incident and every traveler touchpoint in real time, but we're on the front lines solving them. You're only pinged when a decision or a brand moment truly needs you. The result? Your team stays in control, but without the burden. Clear visibility with zero chaos. For travelers, there's TripFlow, our white-labeled mobile app. It's like a personal travel agent in their pocket, branded as your agency. Itineraries, proactive flight alerts, chat with our 24/7 spotters. Everything they need, exactly when they need it. That's what Silicon Valley standards for travel look like. Technology that disappears into the background, so your brand and your care take center stage. Now over to you, David.
Thanks, Matt. Hi, everyone. My name is David, and I'm Director of Sales for OnSpot Assist. Benoit told you the company's story and shared his vision for the future of travel. Matt, details of our B2B platform and white label app. Now, let me tell you what OnSpot does for you and your travelers. As an in-trip assistance and concierge service, OnSpot is at your disposal and the disposal of your traveler. Basically, an extension of yourself 24/7 all around the globe. In case there's an issue, for instance, if passengers cannot locate their transfer, if their luggage doesn't get to destination, if they don't like their hotel room, or simply want to reschedule their tour on the following day, our agents are at their disposal by phone or on the chat. It's also the case if they want to book a restaurant, want a suggestion of a nice tour to do in the area, or the latest craze in town, ticketing, translation problem, lost items. We are here 24/7. Our key advantages: we help you regain your time. You can strike a better work-life balance, focus on yourself and your dear ones, do more activities. You can also take on new clients and make more money. We raise the level of service in destination through a white glove concierge service, something DMCs are very often unkeen to do. And we allow you to contract the way you want, directly, without having to consider the support. Directly with hoteliers through bed banks, DMCs, using one of these modern platforms such as Tern, Travefy, TravelJoy. The beauty of it, we inform you in real time of anything happening to your passengers. You can relax. We bring solutions to the table and keep you informed in real time. You can jump in whenever you feel like it. We also bring a lot of data that will help you make informed decisions about your partners and providers. Now, I know what you're thinking. Having a 24/7 concierge service that raises the bar in terms of service quality while fulfilling your duty of care responsibilities, that offer extra income on the ground while helping gain travelers' loyalty. Well, this is going to cost a fortune, surely. Well, my friend, you're in for a treat. For as little as $10 a day per booking, not per passenger, per booking, will offer you a pristine assistance and concierge service. Our spotters will be available to book restaurants, resolve the most pressing issues, print boarding passes, retrieve luggage. We'll even include an eSIM for this price. For your more cherished clientele, they can benefit from our proactive actions and our speed of response from our Elite package for only $21 a day. Have you got more questions? Or would you simply want me to train your team? Please send me an email at david@onspot.travel. You sold to the idea already? Please create your account on app.onspot.travel. In exclusivity and in partnership with HAR Tech Week, we would like to offer you your first trip card. There's a catch. You need to create your booking during the month of October. So don't waste any more time and create your account. We want to be here to service your passenger and shape the future of travel together. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Hello, everyone. We are going to bring, there we go. We got Benoit with us.
Oh.
Hey, I know. Hey, what a nice way to end off the day. So is it best for
Thank
last?
you.
Is that the saying that we're going to go with?
Well, I guess, yes. Thank you so much. I mean, I for you guys who stuck around, I know it's been a long day and a long end of the tech week for you guys, right? So thank you for sticking around.
Oh, of course. I'm glad our whole audience stuck around. This has been great, but we'll get, I know, for those of you listening back, we get a lot of listens after the fact. So it's always a lot of fun. I do have some questions for you if you're ready.
Yes, of course, Shayna.
Amazing.
Shoot it my way.
Yeah. So does OnSpot simply contact the advisor or agency when there's a problem, or are you actually empowered to assist with things like rebooking, lost luggage, etc.?
Yes, we that's the whole concept. The whole purpose of OnSpot is actually giving you the opportunity to really focus on what matters, which is crafting the perfect trips, and we'll take care of everything. So it's pretty much hands off at that point. So we have a whole platform that we call OnSpot Connect on purpose, right? We call this OnSpot Connect because whatever action is taken on your behalf, we are a white label service, as you may have understood. As soon as there's an action taken on your behalf, you have a very real-time reporting of everything that's been done for you and your traveler in the destination. So think of it at you wake up in the next morning and you wake up to a solution and you just see everything that has been done on your behalf, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. That is what everyone wants to hear.
Yes.
It's been taken care of for me.
I know.
Yeah. All right. We've got another question. Do you offer services for cruises or just land?
No, we offer, yes, for cruises, pretty much we would be very useful when they arrive in the port, like in the cities that they are all visiting. This is where they can ask questions about a nice restaurant to go, or if they want to get recommendations about activities and things to do in there. But once they're on the boat, they're pretty much well taken care of. So I would say our value proposition is really for fly and drives, or people like doing multi-day itineraries throughout Europe, for example. We have a team of a network of global experts around the globe that speaks perfect English and will are here pretty much to handle requests 24 hours and recommendations.
Fantastic. We just got a nice little comment from Nicole saying this would keep me from breaking out in hives when I have clients traveling.
Yes, that's the main reason. I mean, that's I was a travel agent, and that was a problem for me. I was like, it really bothers me, like I said in the video, that with the time difference and everything, I don't really connect with the travelers as much as I wanted to. So I need to find a trusted someone that can do that for me, and we've been doing it for 20 years now. So OnSpot has been really specializing in just that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great comment, Nicole. I love it. I would feel the exact same way. So another question, as far as the customer experience, when you offer support, are you offering support as OnSpot, or are you supporting them as an extension of my travel agency?
So we are an extension of your travel agency. We're here to represent your best interest in the destination and the best interest of your travelers, obviously. So we're a facilitator, and we do it as a white label service. Now, if for some reason you'd rather tell your clients about OnSpot being the main, service providers, we're fine with that. But our main positioning is really white label service. We want to be just make you guys look cool, that to your travelers.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Honestly, I think most advisors would prefer that. I always love questions like this is, what is the heart behind your business? What's your story? How did
Oh,
you be?
wow. Thank you for asking that. To make a long story short, so basically I was you might hear it with the accent. I'm originally from France. I've traveled at the age 23 to California. Used to be a travel agent for one of the largest tour operator in France, and so moved at the age of 23 in California to start the OnSpot Travel Group. So basically, that's pretty much it. I was so frustrated about the way my travelers, my clients were taken care of in the destinations. DMCs, obviously do their best. I mean, but they're usually not super well equipped to. It's not their core business. That's not what they do all day. They are here to try to help the clients on a lot of different things. But when it comes to more technical questions at 24 hours, they usually not very well equipped. So I was like, okay, maybe that's the best thing I could do is actually build that for travel agents and travel advisors.
Well, mentioning that, the next question that just came in from Cheryl was, do you coordinate with DMCs?
Yes, of course. It's actually part of our processes. When you start working with OnSpot, we want to make sure that DMCs are well aware, and most of the time they are, because we've been serving around 300,000 travelers a year. So you could imagine that we work already with a lot of DMCs across the globe. But there might be chances that we might not work with the DMC that you're working with in the destination. So yes, of course, it's part of our process is to introduce ourselves to the DMC and explain also why we are very complementary to each other. We don't step on their toes. We actually help them a lot. So once they understand that, they actually welcome us in a very good way, because they understand that we're here to just also make them look good. We're here to avoid any friction between the traveler, who has to sometimes have to look at different vouchers, trying to understand who booked what, and we are a one-stop shop for that. So we are the main contact. We want to be the main your main contact in the destination to do just that for your clients. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I've got a final question before I let you go. Can you talk about incidents that incur additional charges? So essentially, do you cooperate or work with travel insurance at all?
Yes, of course. So we're not a travel insurance. Obviously, we're just a travel assistance / concierge service, but we do work a lot with all travel insurance companies. So basically what we'll do is explain, because you need sometime explanation, right? The different contracts that you have and who's the base. So for especially health issues, we would just guide the travelers, and tell them like, hey, that's the number you need to call, or prepare that, get that ready for anything that has to do with health. This we don't do, it's not our specialty, but for all the rest, we handle it from A to Z.
Amazing. Well, I have to tell you that this is a great way to end off the day, although everyone listening is going to have to hear from me for 2 more minutes. But Benoit, thank you so much for joining us.
Much appreciated. We're super happy to have come to the Tech Week, and it's our first, and I'm sure there's going to be many more.
We look forward to it. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Shayna. Thank you, guys.
All right, that is a wrap on Demo Day and on HAR Wired. A huge thank you to all of our incredible presenters today. You made technology feel approachable, exciting, and full of possibility. And to everybody listening, thank you for joining us on a Friday full of demos. 14 demos later, and I think we can all agree that our industry's future is in very innovative hands. So to everyone who joined us throughout the week, whether you popped in for a few sessions or stayed wired with us for 4 days, thank you so much. This event exists because of our amazing community of advisors, suppliers, tech partners, hosts, consortia who care deeply about moving travel forward. It is really important to us, of course, to get your feedback. We will post a QR code. It's only a few questions, but as this is our inaugural HAR Wired, it's super, super important for us to know what you loved and any suggestions that you have for the future. Please take a moment to complete this so that we can make this event the best for future years. And thank you to everyone who has completed it. We've loved reading through them so far. I do want to close out with a special shout out as well to all of our HAR Wired sponsors and partners. Your support helps us keep creating spaces like this where advisors can learn, grow, and connect. So one final shout out to our weekly sponsors, Cruise Planners, GRNConnect, Travefy, Incentive Connection Travel, PTN Travel, and our daily sponsor today, Voyager. If you missed any sessions at all, don't worry. Everything will be available on demand, so you can catch up on your favorites or rewatch those demos that you just can't stop thinking about. On behalf of the entire Host Agency Reviews team, thank you for spending your week with us. Your energy, your curiosity, your enthusiasm, and just all the love in the comments. I mean, I'm just beyond happy and excited. So stay connected, keep experimenting, and as always, keep being the human heart behind travel tech. We will see you all next year for HAR Wired 2026.